Good evening, everyone. So, what we'll do today is we'll go through week 11 questions, and if you have any doubt, we can discuss that. If not, we'll just move on to the revision questions that we have. Right. So, any idea why the number of participants, the count is so low? Did you all get the announcement?
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening. So, did you all get the announcement, or was there a
Yes, sir, the announcement was there, but I don't know why the number of participants is too low today.
Okay, I think it has been like this for like last few sessions. Okay.
Yeah, the previous week was like the exam was nearby, so so it made sense then. But today, I think we don't have any other special sessions. Professor Sudarshan is taking a session at 9 today, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So we'll just go over this. Yeah, unless there are like, see, the session is being recorded, so we have to do something for the entire class. But at the same time, if there are no specific questions, right, based on week 11, I don't want to spend time on that. So I maybe quickly go over a few things. So please stop me if you have any questions, right? See, few exceptions from the exam point of view, we expect you to know, right? So, for example, name error is something that you are expected to know by looking at the code. And when does name error occur? So, name error occurs when you try to reference a variable which has not been defined before, or which has not been assigned any value prior to your the time when you start accessing it, right? So, that is something we would like you to know. And likewise, index error is also like very standard, right? So when you try to access an index in a list beyond or beyond the number of elements, or if it is when it comes to negative indexing, if you try to access say L of minus 100 or something like that, right? When your list has only 10 elements, again you will get an index error. So out of the range of values, say minus length of L to length of L minus 1, right? So that is roughly the range when you don't get an index error. Anything beyond that, you're going to get an index error. So that is something you need to know. Value error again. So there are many manifestations of this value error, but one of the very common places where you see it is when you try to convert a float valued string, right? I mean a string which contains a float value directly into an integer, you will get a value error, right? So this is again, it's good to know these things because it will help you debug your code better. Okay, so that is value error. So we have seen name error, index error, value error. Uh, the other one is very easy to spot. That is the key error, right? So when you try to access a key in a dictionary, and this key is not present in the dictionary, then you get a key error. So again, this is very important to know. Value error, so name error, index error, value error, key error, and what is this? Yeah, so this is what is called an attribute error, right? So see, what's happening here is that you have a set object and you're trying to append to a set, right? So append method is not applicable for sets, right? Sets have only add and I don't even know what other methods are there. So append is certainly not in the list of attributes or methods. So that's why it raises what is called an attribute error. So you're trying to access an attribute of an object which is that attribute doesn't happen to be there. So this is again something you need to know, and it will help you when you debug your code. Then we come to again a very subtle error. Some of you might have experienced this when you forget to return a value from a function, right? What happens is by default the return value is none. So here you hope to return a list, which namely pairs, but then you don't have any return value. So the value none gets returned by default. And in line 7, you are iterating through this none value, right? Which doesn't make any sense. So in such cases, you get a type error, right? So this is another thing, but type error is one instance of type error. There could be several other instances of type error. For example, when you try to add a string and an integer, right? So you will get a type error. So maybe that is something we didn't ask here. Let's just check that out.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
The three assignments, the formatting issue is still there, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately it is still there. So we have like informed the developer team that this is there. So we will. So the PDFs you are able to access, right? For
the questions, yes, sir. We are able to access that.
Yeah, so that is not the correct solution, but for now that is the only workaround we have.
Okay. All right. Actually, the graded one I've still not completed. So I thought maybe if it gets fixed, then it'll be easier. Otherwise, I can manage with the PDFs also. It's not a problem.
Yeah, so we'll say a small tag, some HTML issues. So that's why it's going off. So
all right, sir, no problem. Just wanted to ask if that got fixed or something.
Right. Yeah. So it has been 1 week now. I'll maybe get back to you tomorrow if we have any update. Okay, so now type error, right? So we were one manifestation of this type error is like the question 6 that you see here. The other one is very common. So if you try to add a integer and a string, right? So you get a type error there again. So it is expecting the same type, either integer or string, but then it's getting an unsupported type, right? For this particular operation. So the operation here is addition, and the supported operands are either int and int or in string and string, right? But we have given an int and string, so that is why it's throwing this error. So that is the other one, and finally, I think we have one more. What is this? This is this is again a key error, right? So I hope you all know why this, rather how this works, right? So I have not explicitly mentioned key error here, but it's still, since it's except, it's a general except block, so it will catch all types of exceptions, not just key error, right? So I hope you all know that. So that is question 7. If you have any questions, please stop me, right? There are very few participants, so you can stop me anytime. I am hoping you all understand all these things and I'm going fast. Okay, so the next thing is again very obvious, file not found error. So so if you try to access a file when it is not there, sorry, so when you try to access a file that doesn't exist in the system, you get a file not found error. Again, so few variations here. You specify the exception, the exact exception. Here you don't specify it, right? But it's going to catch hold of all exceptions. So this is also right. this is wrong, right? So when you mention a particular exception, say value error or type error, then this block will get executed only if that particular exception is raised in the try block, right? So this won't catch the file not found error. So this will only catch value errors, right? So that is option C. And option D again, so this is just a variation on the other options, other correct options. Okay, so that is question 8. Question 9 introduces one more error. It's a very common error, zero division error. Right? So when you're doing arithmetic and if you try to divide by zero, you get caught here. And another instance of type error here. So you can't divide two strings, right? So first you'll end up with a type error, then a zero division error, and finally you'll not get any error. But the point to note is that the finally block will get executed always, right? It's very important to note that. So the use of finally, right? So that's roughly exception handling, right? So any questions here?
Yes, I do have one question.
Yeah.
In the general except block, suppose we have a general except block, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be like catching every possible error that could occur. Okay.
Right.
So after that, is there any way we could know what error caused that except block to what caused the code to go there in the except block? Which error caused that? Because we have not explicitly specified that. So after getting there, is there any way to check that?
I think there is. See, I
should be there, because in other languages I'm aware of that, but in Python, I don't know.
Yeah, so there is this. So let's say we try to do this, and then I think I'm not sure about the syntax, so we need to see. You catch hold of the exception and you call it something. No, so this was. Again, I need to use Stack Overflow. What should be the right search term? Okay, very bad search term, but it's still. How can I put the? Okay. Sorry. Yeah, so this if you try to do 1 by 0, right? So it will raise error, the zero division error, and the message that comes along, right? So this division by 0 that gets printed here. So I don't think there is a way of knowing the type of error, but is there a way of knowing what the type is? Yeah, I don't see a way of knowing what the exact error is, but you can certainly get the error message accompanying an exception this way.
Okay, all right, sir. Thank you.
So I think this works for other kinds of exceptions also.
Yes.
Okay.
Since it is a general exception block, should catch everything.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So any other questions? Maybe I've gone too fast, but I don't know whether you all know this or you have any questions. Okay. So from the point of view of week 11, we are focusing only on two concepts, right? I think that would have been clear to you by now. There are many other things covered in the lectures. So we have iterators, generators, this yield lambda functions and other functional programming constructs, right? So they're all there as a part of the lectures, but from the exam point of view, our focus will be on exception handling and list comprehension. Okay, that's why we have asked questions also this way. See, lambda functions, all these you can learn on the go. So everything you can learn on the go as and when you need. But we have only pointed out two very important things. Exception handling you will keep using, especially if you take up modern application development in the next term. You will have to write a lot of try except blocks, right? So, and list comprehension is very prevalent. So it's like one of the most important things. So you need to know that. So we'll quickly go through list. Okay, maybe we'll spend some time on list comprehension in case you have some questions here. So please read through this. This is how the ternary operator, as it's called in Python, works. Right. So that is given as a small write-up in the practice assignment 2. And this is just a way to see how the whole thing works, right? So how the ternary operator works, right? So this is what you need to focus on. Yeah, so I just seem to be talking for no reason. So let me put it this way. So do you have any questions for in list comprehension or exception handling? Do you have any specific concerns? If so, I will address them. Otherwise, we move to the revision for week 12.
Sir, list comprehension,
Hmm.
when two nested for loop is coming, in that place, sir, sometime it's a problem for me, means to put that statement in under the list comprehension.
Yeah, so that can be hard. See, that is like, that can be quite hard. So let us take one such example. So before you go there, you need to understand this basic list comprehension, single loop list comprehension. You get it right?
Yeah, single loop, it's okay with me, but some problem in especially I am trying the list comprehension, try to create a means identity matrix by list comprehension,
Right.
and there I find some means problem. Actually logic is not very clear which one where to put and how. That thing if you discuss, that will be helpful.
Yeah. So this can be tough. So the idea is list comprehension. You have to use sparingly. I mean, you have to learn to use as you code. It is not like must have skill, right? So it is good to know. It's like good to know, but it's not like you need to have it right away. So see, the basic structure of this comprehension will, for two loops, right, will become clear if we first have this basic for loop, nested loop in place. So for I in say a range of 3, so I am appending an empty list in for every row, and then let's first create zeros, right? So that is this. Let's make sure that we know how to create a zero matrix. So this is the zero matrix, right? So 3 by 3 zero matrix. So how will this look like in list comprehension is first write the outer loop. Okay, so the outer loop is this, the I part, right? So for I in range of 3, you need to create a list of lists, right? So these are the inner lists. So this whatever is outside stands for the outer loop. And now you are going to populate this inner list. Okay, so how do you do that for j in a range of 3? You just add 1 0. Okay, I mean there are several ways of doing this, but this is just one very basic way. Okay, so this is this part clear? 1 second. We have missed one unnecessary. Yeah. So is this translation clear from zero matrix using like this kind of a normal setup to list comprehension?
Okay, that means for nested for loop, always means what you have just now written. Outer loop I will write first, and then inside the list, because it is list of list, that is why you put the entire inner loop list, and you keep on adding zero while we are iterating.
Yeah. See, there are like two things, right? So this is a nested loop. Okay. So this is slightly different from a normal nested loop. So this is one example, right? Let's keep this here and
Okay.
let's go to this earlier example which says all pairs of numbers which sum to 100. Right? What is this fellow, right? Let us. I mean, how will I write it? So the answer is there, but how will I? It's like, how do I actually write it, right? So when you actually start writing it, you will face difficulties. So I will let us look at the problem once more. So you want all pairs of numbers which add to 100, right? Let's not go to that seventh problem, which is a variation of this. We just need sum of two numbers to be 100. Okay, so first, normally how will I do that? I'll just make that clear. So, and for y in range of right. So this is basic. This you already know.
Mm-hmm.
So this you already know. Now let me call it Q, right? So Q. Now here, how do I do this? So I need to pick up
X first.
X first, right? So that is the way to do it. So I pick up the value of X and then Y. Okay, and this will just give me all possible pairs of numbers. Okay, but I don't want all possible numbers, so I want see this is okay. So one thing we want to assure you is that we will not give so complicated things in a theory exam, right? Because see, for me, even for me,
No,
it's
no, I'm not talking about with respect to exam point of view.
yeah. So yeah, I understand your question from a general point of view, but for those who are like watching or maybe here who might be thinking there is one difficulty, right? So if you notice, I was a bit confused where to add this if. So I actually have to add it here, okay?
Yes.
So you have to add it here, but then I was for a moment confused. Why not add it here? Right? If you notice uh, the options actually do they reflect this confusion?
No.
They don't reflect this confusion, unfortunately. But you see this here, right? So this is a wrong option. So option B here. I used to do this. That's why I have added this as an option. Earlier, I used to do this business of adding the if before the for. Right, all these kinds of things come up. So it could be difficult when you actually start writing it. But yeah, so this is the idea.
But sir, the confusion right now here, why I'm raising this question, what we did in line number 17, I am taking one X value and I am iterating all the Y value by checking the condition X plus Y equal to 100. If
Right.
it is satisfied, I will put that Xi as a tuple.
Right.
But the idea of the matrix above and this nested for loop, again, what we generally do in matrix, I am first come to the outer loop and then I complete the completion of the inner loop and then again go to the outer loop, take one more element and complete the inner loop. These two are similar, except matrix representation is list of list. Only
Mhm.
because of this only you are interchanging this outer loop and inner loop for these two list comprehension statement. This is my confusion.
Okay, this is a good question. So, see, in such cases, it's easy to write the code, but it's tough to understand. So, I get your point. What we will do is, I don't know if this will work, but let's see if this gets populated. So, I just change this to let's change this to 5. Instead of doing this, I'll do this trick here. Sometimes it will work, sometimes it may not work, but I need to try this. This is a nonsensical statement. It may seem like total nonsense. What is the point of printing this inside a list? But let's just try to. Okay, so see, if you look at Q, it will just be none. It will be a list of nuns. Okay, we'll come to that later. But I want you to focus on. Okay, I'll write it in such a way that it looks a little bit more okay. See, do you see the way in which the elements are being appended to Q?
Yes.
Right. So maybe this. Let's remove this condition and let's just print the whole thing like comma 3 slightly bigger, 3 is bigger. So it's this is like a normal loop. So first you pick 0 and then you go to the inner loop. So 0 1 2 and then you pick 1 and then you go through 0 1 2 of the inner loop. Right. So this is clear, right? So this is first thing we have to get this clear.
Yeah.
So there is no confusion. Now when it comes to the matrix, when it comes to the matrix, again I will make this little more readable. Yeah. So I am not going to add 0. I'm just going to print I comma j. Okay, so now can we guess? Let's try to play this guessing game. What do you think will be the output?
Since
Yeah.
now we know key first we have know the out. It's go to the outer loop and then come to the inner loop. So again 0, the same output as previous in 20.
Okay, so let us try it out. Okay, so first this goes on and then within that, so I get your confusion, which is a very valid confusion. Why is there a reversal in order, right? So it's like
just putting one means square bracket, the statement, it is picking the outer loop one element and start iterating the complete the bracket workfucks. It is going like this way. I just want to know how this thing, and then everything is clear for list comprehension. Not everything, but many things get clear.
So see, this is the way we need to understand. This is expression for I in range of x or whatever. Like it could be range of x, or it could be range of L, length of L. But let's just stick to this. So we need to view this whole thing as evaluate this expression for I in range of 3. What this expression is doesn't matter. It could be a list. It could be something else altogether, right?
Okay.
But you must view this as syntax. So syntactically, it is some expression you need to evaluate for I in this range. So that's all Python. That's the way it looks at this particular statement.
That means, sir, you are putting square bracket, means you are for giving a list in front of a for loop. In that case, it will take that as a expression, and for each element of that for loop, it will try to evaluate that expression first and then go to the next. It is like somewhere like in this way.
Yeah. So see, this expression needs to be done for I equal to 0. Then it will go to I equal to 1. Then it will go to I equal to 2. But this expression itself happens to be another list comprehension. So it will do this for j equal to 0, 1, 2.
Yeah,
and
that is okay. That is okay.
yeah, that's the way it's.
It's a instead of list. Instead of list, if I put there is a a dictionary over there, it's the same logic it will operate.
It will work, yeah, it will use the same logic. Any expression. So it doesn't depend on what the expression is. If it is list, it adds complexity, or dictionary, it adds complexity, but essentially you are doing that.
Okay, sir, one more, sir. I will just request you, then many a part will be clear. If I want to do the matrix multiplication through the list comprehension by using the list comprehension, how can I do that? If you just this 3 for loop nested, how you represent this in list comprehension, then many things will be cleared, sir. If you can explain that.
Okay, so I also haven't tried. We can try, but so yeah. Before I go there, see, this is fundamentally different, right? So syntactically itself, this is syntactically what you're saying is q equal to expression for x in range of 3 for y in range of 3, right? So this is fundamentally different from this particular. So p and q here, right? So forget about these two. P and q are like different, because for me p is a single loop converted to list comprehension. Q is a nested loop converted to list comprehension.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so now let's go for
before going to that step, sir, what you did just now, you have printed and go above, sir. Just go up.
I have deleted, but I can.
Oh no, yeah, that part.
Yeah.
You print, and while you are printing Q, it is showing none.
Q, yeah.
Yeah, when you are printing, but you are because the Q you haven't declared that as an empty list. That is because of that.
No. So here, so the reason it's showing none is because the print is a function, right? At the end of the day, print is also a function. So print doesn't return any value, or it returns none by default. Okay. So what am I adding to the list Q? I am adding the value none to the list Q 9 times.
Okay. Oh, clear. And sir, till now, for debugging the program, generally what I used to do, whenever there is a long program or critical logic, I used to print in between the program just to check in what direction it is going.
Right.
If I want to use the same old trick in the list comprehension, suppose I want to print something after for x in range in the same way that you are tested, how can I do that in between two for loop if I want to print something?
That is tough, right? So see, the list comprehension, though it is a very good tool, it has a lot of limitations. So I cannot, for example, I cannot say something like, say, if x double equal to 2, this will not work, right? So this will, in all likelihood, it will throw some kind of syntax. So it says this is wrong syntax, right? So this is tough. So in list comprehension, adding something before the second loop, printing something is kind of tough.
Okay, sir. But I can put some condition in between two for loop, right?
That you can. For that you have support. You can just add if whatever.
No, if the end of after both loop, mean for x in range of 3, for y in range of 3, if I put the condition, that condition is valid for taking the both value X and Y.
Yeah.
But I want to give some condition only on X. Then I can write in between two for loop, right?
No. So see this again. These are all like very syntax based stuff, right? So this will also throw an error. So because oh wow, this didn't throw an error. Okay, so see, this is
That means it is taking, sir, only X equal to 2. It is allowing the Y to iterate.
true. So ideally, what I would do is I would put it here, but it looks like it doesn't matter where you put it. But let's stick to this convention, no, for the.
Okay, whatever condition we should put at the last that you are taking.
Yeah, exactly.
But some of the question in the practice assignment, I observed that the option is also correct when you are giving this conditional statement in front of the for loop.
Yeah, so that would happen. That works only for if you want an if else. So there is that there is some if else question. Yeah, so just say this: you want to append one if index is 0, index is even, and 0 if index is odd.
Yeah.
So for something like this, what's happening is you are using this ternary operator here. Whatever was given on the top, right? In this what is this? Yeah, A if condition else B. So you are making use of this ternary operator. So you cannot put this at the end. Right, so this is again slight difference from this. Here you are kind of filtering. So this is some sort of filtering going on. You are not modifying this particular value. You are only modifying, rather you are only filtering what values can come here based on the loop variable. Right. So for example, let's say you want this to be x plus y. You are not changing x plus y using this if condition. You are only saying add the sum of those elements where the first coordinate is 2. Okay, but here you are changing what you add itself. You add 1 if I is a multiple of 2. If not, you add 0. So there's a subtle difference between this one and this one.
Okay, this thing I think when we are keep on doing programming and using this list comprehension, it will gradually clear more and more.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this is like as you keep doing, you get used to it. That's why I said it's mostly syntax, some new syntax for doing for loops. That is the way you have to treat it now.
Okay, sir. Just go ahead with that matrix multiplication then.
Yeah. So matrix multiplication. So what we do is let us use so okay, this one question. So I want this, someone tell me, I want the list to be 1 2 3 4 5 6, and I want this to be the matrix. So what should I fill here?
No, with this means 2 for loop, how can I do?
No, see this matrix. So I'm creating a matrix, right? So I want this particular matrix, and I want the elements to be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. First row is this, second row is this, third row is this. Using list comprehension, I want to do.
Oh.
So what value should I enter in this inner list?
You can do, sir. Sir, in this for loop, in the list comprehension, can I give 1, 2, 3 means this thing is possible?
You can do just one. So for example, I want a list of ones, right? So I just comment this out. So if I run this, I'll get a matrix of ones. So now with this idea, what should this be so that you get this particular matrix?
You can do, sir, I plus j plus 1. Huh?
Okay, let us try. Okay, very close, but slightly.
Just I need to change something. So in the second iteration, it will, okay. What you can do, sir, you do for j in range of 3, instead of that, for j in range of I comma 3, you write there.
Okay, but
Is it all this operation is possible like what we generally do in nested for loop?
exactly everything is possible, but then will this give you a 3 by 3 matrix?
No. I'm just asking, sir.
Yeah, this is correct. But you can, this is correct in the sense you are allowed to do all this. Everything that you do in, I won't say everything, most of the things are possible. Right? But so you have to play around with this particular number here. What should that number be? Anyone else who has any idea?
One, two, three, the first elements. Second count is.
Okay, so if you have done max 2 kind of thing, right?
Sir,
so this is what this is.
Can I?
Yeah.
If you write, sir, instead of I plus j plus 1, what I will do I j is equal to 2. Okay, I plus j square, then plus 1 if you write.
J square or something else. J square. Do you want to do j square? J square, remember if it is 2, it will give you 4. So, do you mean 2j? So, did you mean j into 2?
J into 2, 1 into 2, 2 into, yes, j into, just try that, sir. 0, 2, plus, you just do the plus 1. That's all.
Okay. So, I'm just doing what you are telling me. Some interesting pattern is coming, but we are still not there. But it's something close to this. That much I can say. So I won't move until someone gives me the answer. So this is an interesting problem that you can try. So what if I change the multiplier somewhere else?
Yeah, you just try with 3. Let's see.
Okay, 3 will only give me even more bigger numbers, right? So 3 will give me like, okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Can I just print the pattern once so that if we see the pattern, the original ij, just print I comma j so that we see this, see the pattern. Once we see that, then it will be easier to figure out the actual expression that we need, because we don't know which number comes first in the sequence. So if we print that first, it will be easier. So if you could just print it.
So this one comes in the sequence, right? So this comes first.
No. The thing is that we don't know what number caused it to be 1. Like,
so just I plus j you print, sir. Rub everything. Just I plus
you
j.
Want to know like
I plus j. No, sir. I plus j, and now you print. Let me see. 0, 1, 2. Then 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so what you want is print of I. Is that what you want? Like how it's getting? See, it's like 0. This we already saw, right? It goes like 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. So this is like first row. You are appending the first row in second row, third row. That is how you do it. Okay, so that is one hint, but still the expression remains to be solved. The closest you came was I plus 2 into j plus 1. That seemed very promising.
So just print this. I think it will be done now. What is coming? 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, and 3, 5, 7. Okay. So what I'll do, I will just instead of 1.
Okay, so I haven't thought about
Coming.
this, but maybe this is not so easy. So let me also think along with you. So let's try some variations. Again, this is not the right way to do it. Still, what happens here? Close, but not close enough.
So just 1 minute.
So others, any other ideas? Does anyone else have any ideas?
So I square plus j, and then you
I square plus j.
what is happening? 1, 2, 3 when it is 0. So 0 means 0, 1, 2 becomes 1, 2, 3. So I will add 1. Okay. Now in the next loop it will coming 1, but this again 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2 means it will be 4, and next it is 0, 1, 2, that means 6. That means initially 1, second it is 4, and in third iteration it is 6. So 1, 4, 6. So this is the plus thing that you have to put. 1 in the first iteration. Okay. 4 in the second iteration. And 2. That means 0, 2, 3. No, it is 0, 1, 2. 1 becomes 4. 2 becomes 6. 2 becomes 6. 3. So
Okay, shall I try something now?
yeah.
I'm also not sure, but let's see. One thing we have to notice what this is 3 plus 1, 3 plus 2, 3 plus 3. This is 3 into 2 plus 1, 3 into 2 plus 2, 3 into 2 plus 3. This is 3 into 0 plus 1, 3 into 0 plus 2, 3 into 0 plus 3. So does that help you? This is one more than a multiple of 3. This is also one more than this is 2 more than a multiple of 3. This is 3 more than a multiple of 3, and the same pattern holds good for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. With this, can you finish it? Okay, so this is what 3 into I plus. Will this work?
Maybe. Oh. Yeah.
Right, so that is the pattern we are looking for, right? So these are all what? Just one more than a multiple of 3. So it's initially 3 into 0 plus 1, 3 into 0 plus 2 plus 3. This is just to finish one row, so it becomes 3 into 1. And then it's just plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 and so on. Okay, so that is the pattern we are looking for. So now that we have this matrix, what shall we do for Q?
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
So the 3 in the coefficient of I is the same as n, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it is the same as n. Yeah, you could
So
extend.
if you want to, yeah, exactly. If we want to generalize, then we'll be just putting n there.
Yeah, it will just be, maybe we'll do that then set it as. So this is for any n.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so in the graded assignment, do we have any question on transpose of a matrix? I think we have, right?
Yeah, we have.
Okay, then we can't ask it here. This graded business. I wanted to just transpose this, but then that will all this question leaking, all that will come in. So let's try some other matrix. Shall we go for some other pattern or?
Yeah, we can go for some other pattern.
Okay, what other pattern is there?
What if, sir, if you rotate all the outer element by one clockwise?
Yeah, that will be interesting, but I don't know the. We'll have to
No, I'm
think.
just saying, it's just click me. We
Yeah,
can do anything, right?
yeah, we can do anything. If you rotate, then I think that will be quite complex. Or maybe
Yeah, it's complex. Or then leave it. Sir.
Yeah, so maybe we'll just go for something simple like say
reduce all diagonal by one. That you can do easy.
Okay, how will you do that? Reduce all.
Just check whenever I equal to j, whatever that you has reduced by minus.
Yeah, so we'll do that. So I want q to be 0, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, and 7, 8, 8.
7, 7, 7, 8, 8, right?
Okay, so this is what I want q to be. So what should this be? We need to modify this. So how will you modify this?
Sir, at end and 8 at the end, you just write first the condition if I is equal to j. Only this operation is allowed.
Okay.
No. It can't be. Sir, what I want, if I is equal to j, then the operation means minus operation of 1 will happen. Else, it will printing the I and j. So how to do that in list comprehension?
Yeah, so that you just saw, right? So you just saw here, this one. A if condition B, A if condition else B. So you have to plug that in here.
If else statement.
So this you do if I not equal to j, else you do this thing -1. Okay, the book looks nasty, but yeah, not the ideal way to do it. If I don't bring some sort of order here, it will look very confusing. So this is actually one expression. So if it is n into I plus whatever. If I not equal to j, if I double equal to j, you just subtract 1 from it. Okay, so this let us print both p and q now. So we should have q. This is also q. Okay, so this is 0, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, 7, 8, 8.
Correct.
Right. So or we can maybe play around with this. Since we already have p, we just need to subtract 1 from it, right? So maybe we'll do that. So it is just p of ij if I not equal to j, else it is p of ij minus 1 for j in the range of n. For a in range of n. Okay, so this also works. Maybe this is cleaner. So let's. What is the syntax error? I not double equal to j. It's wrong. Okay, so this is 0, 1, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so this is 0, 2, 3, 4, 4, 6, and 7, 8, 8. Okay, so
Right.
now all this is to just have two
No,
matrices.
sir. Oh, what you do, sir? Ultimately, we are going for matrix multiplication, right?
Yeah.
So then we should make this Q as a identity matrix. Then matrix multiplication checking will be easy.
Q, yeah, that's true. Okay, we'll do that. So we will, identity matrix is there in practice assignment, right? Not in graded assignment. See, it doesn't matter now, but
What practice assignment, grade assignment?
no, this identity matrix one question is there, right? So
Okay.
I w equal to j, it is 1, else it is 0. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 0, 1. Yeah,
Yeah.
so this is right. Okay, now comes the, this is tough, man. So this is very tough. So this is very interesting. Let us first write the three loops for I in range of n, for j in range of n, for
Okay.
see, I've done this inverse. Okay, so k will be the innermost loop. So I'm just putting it out there.
Hmm.
Okay, so let us give enough space for our
Expression.
yeah. So this is what the usual thing is pik
KJ.
qkj, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so that is pik qkj. Okay. So now you have to sum through the whole thing, right? So you have to sum through the whole thing. So this is like a this this is like the innermost list, right? So uh, um, so this what I'm doing is I am creating a list like this for one element for the cell I comma j in the matrix R in the sum matrix. Let us call it S. So for the ijth element in S, what I'm doing is I'm multiplying the ith row of P with the jth row of Q, and that generates one list, right? So I'm just summing all these elements to get the ijth element of S. Okay. And I'm just printing this whole thing. So this has to be closed here. This may be a bit confusing, but bear with me. Too many brackets here and there. So okay, so I'm assuming it works because it's the identity matrix. Hope it works. But yeah, so this is the matrix multiplication using list comprehension.
But sir,
Hmm.
here you are basically collecting all the element inside that. So here is no need to mention, because no need to creation of this S of ij, because it is automatically all the element inside list of list. So that part is not required. Means initially what we did in matrix multiplication, we have to create this S as a list, define that, and again then collect all the summation inside that. But here it is not required, just one liner statement.
True, true. It's neat,
And
right?
yeah, very neat. Just explain one more time this sum function.
Yeah, so sum is just so sum, you know, right? This if you just do sum of 1, 1, 2, 3, it just give you the sum of the elements as an integer. Or, I mean as not integer, but sum of the values in the list.
No, sum function, but where you end the third bracket and this first bracket, that I want to know.
Okay.
For k in range of n, that is this in from entire sum to this, it will comes under this k loop.
Yeah, so this I'll just have the parallel loop here so that it becomes clear. So for So this is how we usually write. So ijk sij. So what I have done there is actually something like this. So I have created one new list kind of object here, say sum list, and I have just appended. Okay, no, leave it. This is more confusing than list comprehension. So I just do Sij is plus equal to what? Pik into Qkj. Okay, I assume that S is zero matrix, so you already define it. So zero matrix. Okay, so this entire operation, right? This what I have done here is, instead of there's no way to sum, there's no way to define a value and then sum, right, inside the list comprehension setup. So I have created a list of n numbers where each number is of the form Pik into Qkj. That is what this inner list represents.
This entire sum of inner list is the one element of the final matrix.
Exactly. The ij element of S is sum of this inner list.
That part is clear. But I just want to know how this means append function is working in this list comprehension, because one row having 3 elements, the first element you are getting the summation operation what you have written, fine, that is okay. But how the second row get appended with this list comprehension?
How the second row? See, second row, I don't get your question.
No, the 3 because okay. I understood. Clear.
Okay, so this is okay, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So anyone else? Just see, this was a very interesting direction.
Sir, can it be done without the sum function?
Can it be done without the sum function? See, finally you need to sum the elements, but
yeah, like a plus is equal to something like that. Can we do that here?
No, unfortunately you can't do that, right? So this kind of works differently. List comprehension is a different beast altogether. So
okay,
yeah, but Shomit, I thank you for this.
And sir, if you have time, there's another interesting thing that what I think, if everybody agrees, sir, you taught us how to generate this thing, power set, right? For that
power set,
from the recursion. If I want to write that for loop statement, that when you are collecting whether this particular element is in the subset or not, by that to for loop we are collecting all the element now for the subset. Can I put that thing in list comprehension?
Collecting. Okay, yeah, we'll revisit. Yeah, we can do that also, right? Because see, this today is ideally solved with us for week 11, and I was hoping that nobody will ask any question on list comprehension and all these things. So therefore, we have to move to this revision, I thought, but we have time for revision, so we can do that also. So I just finished with this. Can we move on to something else? If we are
I have a doubt actually.
Yeah.
I just posted something on chat. I used this in our portal as well, but I had some syntax error. But this code is working fine in the offline Spider or in Replit as well. So may I know, like, where am I going wrong? Like
this one, huh?
Yes.
Okay, but what is this operator? Colon
just summing it up. Like sum is I have defined it to be 0, and I am just, it's something like count. I'm just adding it. 1 plus 2 plus 3. Sorry, from 0 to 4. I'm just summing it up, and the final output is 0 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. That's it.
Okay, so this you're saying doesn't so far. Yeah, I think this seems to be a new operator. I haven't seen the colon equal to. So what is it called? It's called something, right?
Actually, I am quite new to this. I saw this somewhere on Geeks, I guess. So I tried using it, and it worked.
What is the spelling of colon, man? COLON or COLLON? Okay, it will correct. Google will correct me.
Yes, COLN.
Colon operator, colon. I think this. I think a new introduction in Python 3 point whatever. I don't
Oh,
know.
maybe. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm not much aware about that.
So what does this mean? In the context we are dealing with pseudo case. Assignment of variables within expression. So this is
Like, I found it kind of interesting. I cannot like assign values of variables without defining it, but here I can do it. I was assuming it to be a list, but actually while I did it, I found it to be some kind of variable. Like it's within the third bracket, but it's not a list. It's working as a variable. So that
this is interesting.
I found that
So
interesting. Yeah.
see, this is so this has been introduced in Python 3.8 apparently. So the reason why it is not working in the portal is because the portal is not Python 3.8.
Oh.
Okay, so there's also something you need to know how to get Python version. There is, so you can check this using this command import sys and sys.version info. If you do that here, so there is a major version, minor version. So this is Python 3.8. Okay, really. So ignore the micro version. So if you try this out in our portal, it will give you I think our portal has Python 3.6 or 7. I don't know which one. Sys.version version. See, portal has 3.6. Okay. So that is why
it was not working. Okay.
Not working, but it seems this might actually solve our problem of assigning. So this is interesting. See, one thing is don't use sum. Okay, this is just one suggestion.
Okay.
Sum is like a built-in function which we just used here. So that won't work if you use this.
Oh, actually, my code was a bit different. Actually, I tried solving some week 12, like the standard deviation thing. But it was working in my Spider, but it didn't work on the portal. So that is why I just tried another version of using that same function, like this sum. I just wrote it right now.
Right. Yeah, but this is a new operator, right? So we haven't introduced it in the course.
So can we do the same thing in the previous versions as well without this colon equal to?
So see, if you want just if you want to just sum the numbers, you can this itself will work. So
okay, but will that be a variable? Like I don't want a list.
That is a bit tough, right? So you don't see if there is a way to do it without. So what happens if you remove the colon? Did you try that?
Actually, it didn't work. I tried that as well.
Okay, what does it say? Okay, so this is syntactically wrong, but this seems to be correct because of this. So operator. So the idea of that thing is you can assign values to a variable inside an expression. So that's what they say.
Yes, actually.
Okay, this is interesting. Okay, but unfortunately, this portal doesn't support it because it's an earlier version. So
okay, I got it. Actually, I coded it the normal way using the normal for loops.
Right. Okay, so that is matrix multiplication done the list comprehension way. That is where we left. So
And sir, I have one more doubt. Actually,
Yeah.
I was having a look how to change the key values, like key in a dictionary. How can I convert the values to the keys and the keys to the values? So using list comprehension, I saw like something like for I comma j, like j colon I for j colon I for I comma j in something. So like, how can I use something like I comma j within a for loop using list comprehension? Sorry, using dictionary comprehension. Can I use two variables inside a for loop?
yeah. So if you see the last question here is doing that, right? So for example, in this particular problem, you're reversing the key value relationship.
Oh, is it there? Okay. In which week, sir?
This is week 11, practice assignment 2,
Okay, okay. Let me have.
right? So that is doing essentially this reversal of key and values. So you basically do P of key is to key for key in P, and then that will do the reverse. Okay, so
Yes, sir, I got that. But how can we use something like this, that for x comma y in P or something like that? Can we use such things in dictionary, like two variables inside the for loop, x comma something? Like
that we can do, right? So we can do that. So for example, if you have a list of tuples, so dictionary also you can do, but it depends on what you want to do. So if you have something like this, then you can do for x comma y nil print x plus y. So you are essentially just unpacking. It's called unpacking. You are just unpacking this tuple.
oh, okay, okay. It will work here as well.
Yeah, it will work wherever you have to unpack tuple into corresponding values.
So if I would have 1 comma 2 comma 3 and 2 comma 3 comma 4, then can I write is like write it as for x comma y comma z in L?
Yeah, that will also work.
Oh wow.
But you have to make sure that it should be either a single variable or it should be the number of elements in that particular collection. Say.
Okay, okay, got it, sir. Thank you. Thanks for the explanation.
Yeah. Okay, so if there are no other questions on the matrix multiplication, we'll move on to something else. So this is, yeah, again, thanks for this nice part on matrix multiplication. And then, so next is what? In list comprehension, using list comprehension, you need to do what? Power set, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
That will be very interesting, I think.
Yeah, so power set of.
First, we generate. Yeah, right.
Okay, we'll write that power set of L and we'll try to come up with the usual function. So list of all subsets I have. Then I go through each subset in the power set of one.
Collect that.
Yeah, so I collect that and I add L of 0 and I append that to S.
Yes.
And then I just append the subset as it is. Then I return S. So if my
Length L is 1.
Yeah, one or what did we do last time? I think we returned empty list, right? Empty list of lists.
Yeah. If it is 0, empty list of list.
Okay, let's just.
Then no, you have to collect itself. You have to split the first and rest for the.
Yeah. But this we are already doing that, right? So I just.
Yeah, that also. Okay.
If you want, we can write it that way also.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. Now this is we are printing everything, right? 3 2 1 3 2 3 1 3 2 1 2 1 1 3.
None. Take
that. Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah. Now what do we want to do?
Sir, this will remain same because this for statement, if I want to convert this to an list comprehension statement, how
Okay.
to do that?
Will you do that? So, okay, so this part will remain the same, right? So this for loop part is going to remain the same. I don't think we are going to tamper with that much. But the only thing which will change is,
I have tried this one, but I got stuck. I don't know when I am writing in list comprehension, because inside for there is two append function. How to do that here? I am not getting that.
Yeah, this can be tough. So if it is just sub, then there is nothing, right? So
Yeah.
see, there is one operator which we haven't introduced, and I'm not sure if that will work, because again we are going too deep into Python syntax. But it's okay. It's like the 11th week, and there's nothing wrong in doing this.
What is this star, sir?
Yeah, star is again some kind of unpacking operation. We'll just come to that. I will first make sure that this even works. Syntactically, is this correct? I want to make sure. No, this is not syntactically even valid. Okay, iterable unpacking cannot be used in comprehension. Okay. Okay, so see what this star is actually doing is, maybe I will just tell you what I wanted to do, and then maybe we'll come back to. So if you have some function, say f of a comma b comma c that accepts three values, then let's say you just want to return the sum. Then there is, you could syntax, there is a provision to do, if you have a list, say 1, 2, 3, then if you do f of star L, it will unpack this L into this ABC. Sorry, this is.
So S you commented out.
Okay, so this is the star thingy. Okay, so rather than passing A, B, C explicitly, this is one fancy way of saying just unpack the list or this collection into these three arguments.
Oh,
okay. So what I tried here was, can we do some kind of unpacking? So that's exactly what I was saying here, but the error message was like too explicit. Don't do this in comprehension, or you cannot do this in list comprehension. So that's the message. Iterable unpacking cannot be used in comprehension. So how do we? In fact, this is a part of a larger question, right? So what you're essentially asking is, it so happens that this problem uses that. The question you are asking is, when we have two append statements inside a list, or not inside a list, inside a loop.
Inside a loop. How to write?
Okay. How to do it using list comprehension. So let us.
Correct. If this is clear, then that is no issue.
Yeah. So let us just try to do x in range of, say, some file L dot append x, and I'm also appending -x for whatever reason. So, and that is what I want to do. I want to append the positive and negative values, let's say 1 to 5, because I don't want 0, 0. 1 minus 1, 2 minus 2, 3 minus 3. Okay, by the way, this is a very, okay, we'll come to this later. There's one mathematical aspect related to this that will come back at the end. So, how do we do this using list comprehension is the question. How do we do it?
To append statement.
Okay, seems very simple to state, but okay,
Sir,
we
can I write, sir, means because what you are doing here, x and minus x. So what I am thinking, I will write two for statement and instead of collect x comma minus x. Will it do? I don't know. I'm just saying.
were saying for x in range of 1, comma 5, for y in range of 1, comma 5,
I will collect x and minus y.
we will collect x and minus y. Okay, so we will collect x, okay, and minus y. So when do you collect x? You collect,
Oh no, then it will start iterating by keeping one element. No.
yeah. So you see, basically what you want to do is you want to do list comprehension, but say for x in range of 1, comma 5, if you just use usual list comprehension, you are essentially trying to achieve this, right? For each value of x, you want to append, so you want to have twice the size of the list, but you want to iterate only once, right, through the sequence. That is tough. Is there a way we could?
So in the same statement in front of for loop, if you write x and minus x, will it work? I don't know in this list comprehension.
See, this will take it. This it will assume it will treat this as a tuple. So,
Tuple, yeah, that's what I am thinking.
in fact, it's saying way. So funny, man. Sometimes,
You put it in. It's a tuple, right?
hey,
No, it's worked. How?
it's working. How is it? No, I'm printing L, so that's why it assume. It seems like it's working.
Oh, what?
Okay, so
Yeah.
unfortunately, there's no way to unpack this tuple. So it's, I think this fundamentally not allowed. Unpacking collection in list comprehension. I think the language doesn't allow it as a feature, right? So okay, so see, he's trying to do something very similar. What he wants is 0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 4, 3, 9. Basically, x and x square.
They're using one zip, sir. One zip.
Yeah, but he's saying it doesn't. See, he's also able to do only this thing, tuples. Okay, so he has tried many things, he or she, whoever it is, but
No, sir. No. So just go up. That function, that what you have just now.
zip, right?
Zip. On that part you go. Yeah. What he is doing, sir, actually, he is zipping that. Means now we need to, is there any function called unzip so that I am come out?
Yeah, so there is something called star zip, I think, which unzips the whole thing. But see, he's asking the same question that you are asking, which is he wants this to, or whoever the original poster is, wants this to be a single list, right?
Oh.
0, 0, 1, 1, 2, 4. It does. Right? So let's see. And this fellow has tried whatever we have tried. So let's see what the okay, so they're saying we have to use a nested list comprehension.
Oh, again, he is using that too and then unpacked, sir.
Yeah, this is like this even we can do, right? I mean, this is not what we want. You want it in a single line, right? You want a single line of code which will achieve this,
Right.
right? Yeah. So I see the solution that he's giving us is do this first and then do one queue where you loop through it and
No. This I don't want.
okay. Yeah, this is tough. So, but is there some answer which prohibits us from using this? I don't know. Yeah, I don't see any good way. See, why is it not possible to unpack lists inside a list comprehension? There must be some language feature.
Then what else if we use some means list of list operation in our statement for appending that? Is it possible?
List of list. Yeah, I don't think so. See, this comes from this PEP guidelines, right? So there is apparently a separate guideline for this. So see, can you read this? So earlier iterations of this step allowed unpacking operators inside list, set and dictionary comprehension. So something like this that we tried to do was allowed. So this apparently was allowed earlier, but the readability wise, this is not supported. So that's why they don't allow, that's why we are getting this particular error. Right, but it's a good question anyway. We need to explore the possibility of doing this, and you are hitting the limit of what the language is capable of at this stage, right? So the language doesn't allow this.
Okay, and is it the only way that no, what we want basically to append function for a single one. If I collect one, so can no. I can't.
Yeah. So you're saying if there is any way of doing this other than yeah, it seems tough at least now. But what you do is you please post this on Discourse and we'll take it up for more.
Okay.
At this stage, I also don't know how we can do this to append using list comprehension. Yeah, but seems interesting.
Okay, I'll post it today.
Yeah.
I'll post it.
All right. So, anyone, any other questions on this topic? Anyone or? Okay. So in that case, what we'll do is we'll just move on to maybe one of these questions, which we'll take up in upcoming sessions also. Okay, so okay, one thing we'll do, right? So let's try to write this using list comprehension. So can we generate a list of prime numbers using this idea? Will it work? I'm just taking off from this particular problem.
Generate prime number through list comprehension statement.
So you see, again, this is all just totally hypothetical, right? So no one in their right minds will do list comprehension for primality testing. But I just want, so since you have started off with the whole matrix multiplication idea, it seems interesting to ask this question also. So let's say you want to check if a number is prime, and one thing I can do is I can write a function, right? So I can say flag is true and assume that it's prime, and then you go through all the values from 2 to x, and if x is divisible by I, then you basically terminate. In fact, you don't need a flag. So if not, you return true. Of course, this will only work for primes. This won't work for 0 and 1, but let's assume that your input is always going to be 2 and above, right? Just checking if it works for a few values. Okay, so is there a way of, again, this is a trick question, right? So is there a way of doing this using list comprehension?
Above, we need to convert into the list comprehension.
So see, there is no list in operation here, but what I'm asking is, can I do something with lists instead of writing something like this? Or so see, lambda function, this whole lambda function we have introduced, right, in week 11. Of course, we haven't explored it in great detail, but with that and list comprehension, if you can you think of a way of combining these two?
So this one we can write in list comprehension, no, sir?
Okay, how would you do this?
What we will write in directly return.
Okay, directly return.
And now we will start iterating this for this you write for I in range of 2 of x. This statement you write there.
Okay.
Because x I am taking from the function value.
Right.
And now then I will put the if statement if x percentage I is equal to 0.
Okay.
No, in front of
that. You're doing, okay.
You write it this.
Okay.
Is equal to 0, else, and after that, if else, after 0 you write else what I am doing, if 0 I am returning false, so else you are returning true, and in front of if you return false.
Okay, but this will only give me a list of false true values, right?
And that's what you are asking, no, sir?
No, I want the same behavior as is prime, but using whatever idea. So you are almost there. So that's why I told you it's like a twisted question. It's not a good question at all, but since we have started exploring in that direction for this meeting.
No, I'm not getting your question. I thought the above function you want to convert into the list comprehension.
No, see, okay. So this is the constraint I'm giving, right? So I want you to use list comprehension to convert this, or to wrap the whole thing into list comprehension, but the interface should be the same, right? So is prime of x should still return true or false depending on whether x is prime or not. Okay, so the only constraint that I'm forcing is you have to use something like this somewhere. You get the question? It's like that's why I told you it's a twisted question, but
sir, can you say with the example, sir?
Okay,
output.
Yeah. So see, this is the is prime function, right? This is the proper way of writing the function. So what I am asking is there a different implementation of the same function where whatever ideas you have used here, right? Instead of writing a normal conventional for loop, can you introduce the idea of list comprehension into the function implementation?
Function implementation.
Sir, I'm not sure whether I've got the right method or not, but can I try?
Yeah, sure.
Sir, we can get the factors in one list and then return true if it is more than 2 in more than 2, length of list is 2, and otherwise we can return false.
Exactly, that's what I was asking. That's what I was hoping for. So I will delete this, but you must tell me the full command, like the full line of code.
I am not means efficient with the list comprehension.
Okay, yeah, no problem. See, that's what we were telling earlier, that it's just something you get used to. So you get hold of all the factors of x. So let's say maybe here also I is a bad variable name. Let's use f. So the list of factors will be f for f in range of 2 comma x if x percentage f double equal to 0. Correct. So this is the list of factors of x, right? I mean, of course, excluding one. I am excluding the number 1 and the fact and the number x itself. So this is the list of all factors of f of x excluding 1 and x. So do you agree with this?
Yeah.
So if x is a prime number, I assume, okay, again another constraint times is assume that x is greater than or equal to 2. Okay, we are not dealing with 0 or 1. So what should be my return statement for this to return true if x is a prime?
So we can use like flag is equal to true or false.
Yeah, so
Something
flag
like that, sir.
can, yeah, you are right, but I don't want to use any extra variable. I just want to, bootstrap from this particular list, right? I just want to, this list is all that I have. With this list, I need to say if a number is prime or not.
This is a list of all factors,
Yeah.
and for each factor, whether this is a prime or not, you want to know.
For each number x, I want to know. See, finally, the goal is same. If x given x, you should tell me if it is prime or not. So this, I want the exact behavior. So in proper terms, the interface is same, right? This is what we say. The interface is same. Interface of is prime is fixed. The implementation is different. So you must give me a different implementation of is prime, but it should work the same like this function. There should be no difference to someone who is plugging in numbers into the function and getting the answer out of it.
So this is a list. So what I can do, I will write for, so in front of that, sir,
In front of this,
if I write for x in this thing,
okay, but you don't want to do anything with this list. So this list is actually giving you the answer. We are almost there. See what? Yeah.
if
Sorry,
you write it here because f is a factor. So, you have already written. So if f percentage x, right? No.
so what should I return so that I get the answer as true or false, if it is prime or not?
Sir, can I tell a solution, sir?
Yeah, please.
What if we write return if before the bracket, sir?
Okay.
Return if.
Return this value.
Return if. Oh, we should not write that, sir. Okay, it's syntactic.
But this is return something with the list and something else. So, see, think about what happens if you plug in some reasonable value, let's say 10, or enter one prime number and enter one non-prime number and see for yourself what this will be. So that's the way to go.
Itself is returning say true or false.
No, right? It will return a list of factors. It won't return true or false. But how do you force it to return true or false?
Sir, length of this list double equal to 0. Return length of this.
Yeah. Right. Either that or this should be an empty list, right? So let's execute this. Since I have written it below the earlier implementation, it should take the second one, but just for clarity's sake, I'll just comment this out and just execute this alone.
No, so double equal to 0 comes after list, no?
Very sorry. This is too many mistakes. So yeah. Okay, so is prime. There seems to be something wrong here. Why is this returning false?
So the modulo condition doesn't have the double equal to.
Thank you. So I deleted that modulo in the hope of. I got confused with this list wala and this. Okay. Okay, so that is again a twisted way of writing the whole thing, but there is an opportunity of.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also have done in a slightly different way. So can I?
Yeah, sure.
Can I give that? Yes,
Yeah.
sir. So it is sum of.
You have it with you. If you can post it in the chat, I'll just directly copy.
Yes, all right, sir. Doing it.
So can you explain me why we are using that length function there?
Yeah, once again, I'll come to that. I'll just paste Afnan's solution here. And then this is also good, right? So we'll have both of them side by side. So first, see why we are having this length double equal to 0 is you understood this particular list comprehension, right? So we are collecting all the factors of x, okay, that are not 1 and the number itself. Okay, so
sir.
we are getting hold of every factor of x which is not 1 or x. So if x happens to be a prime, then it has only two factors.
Okay. Yeah. It will be 0. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So that is the rationale behind this solution. Here, the rationale behind this solution is you are doing the same thing in some sense. So so what Afnan is doing is he's collecting a list of Boolean values, right? So if n%k double equal to 0 is false for all k in the range 2 to n, then that means n has to be a prime number. So I just, for consistency, I'll just use x here. Okay, so this amounts to the same thing. So you get this, right?
In what Afnan written here, there is no right to if in front of this. It will implicitly means x%k equal to 0 means I'm giving a if statement.
See, he's using this fact, right? So he's using this fact that if you use the plus operator with false, right? So true and false render as 0, 1 and 0 respectively. So if you have a list of Booleans, for example, say L equal to true, false, true, true, and if you do sum of L, that will give you the value 3. So the number of true and will be the sum of the list. Right? So he has used this. This is also a very nice usage.
Here, the x modulo k equal to 0 is the expression.
Exactly.
For each k element, it will carry out the expression and collecting into the list, and at the end, it will executing the sum function. This is the whole expression.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a good one.
Hello, right? Can you just let me explain one more time what is this function? It's prime, I can understand this thing. So function at 2 times, right? It's a return at 16 and return at 19.
Yeah, no. So see, I was just using this as a variation. So actually, this should be the third implementation, right? So this is what I meant.
Okay. So you're saying that, okay, the length of the f. What is f here? F is variable. Can you help me understand line number 16 little bit more sense so that I can understand?
Yeah. So what line number 16 is saying is that the this list captures the factors of the number x
Okay.
other than 1 and x. So 1 and x are these two trivial factors. So instead of that, so apart from those two factors, it is going to capture all other factors of x.
Okay, so now let me read the statement. Okay, so you have line number 16 saying that just line number 13 say it is a prime number, identify this thing or not, or line number 16 that, okay, how many prime numbers I having in the list, right? And
See, line 16 is telling you the number of, it's essentially checking if the number of factors of x is equal to 0 or not. I mean, number of non-trivial factors of x is 0 or not.
non-trivial. Okay, so I'm very getting little difficulty because I can see the length is applied on the list, right? And
True.
right, and we have list, we by how we are saying list, it is a with the rectangle bracket we are getting, right, inside the length function, right? So
Yeah.
we have f for f. What does that mean? In range means basically the go from loop from 2 to x minus 1, right? So that is range means particular by field, and f is fitted with these numbers, and f for all of these things. And so we are checking from 2 to n minus 1 numbers and checking this thing. Okay, my number is divisible by 0 or not. Whenever I'm getting the divisibility of 0, right, I am creating a list of those numbers, right?
Yeah.
And just so this function 13 will say only the true or false only, right? Because it's checking the length only. So if it
Yeah.
is number, it will say, but it's not an optimal way of doing it. Okay, so but it is fine because I particularly feel that x should be square root of x, right? The x we are mentioning in line number 16, it should be square root of x because we should able to check to the square root of x only, because this is the something I believe.
Yeah. So I wouldn't say we should. I would say we could, and probably we must. It is good if we do that, but yeah, it is. The question is not about efficiency, right? So this is by no means an efficient primality tester. It is
How? But they say that when you say actually the 4, I am getting the new term here. The 4. It is a for loop, or what is when you say 4f? What does it mean that?
So have you watched week 11 lectures? So this is a part of week 11 lectures.
Okay.
Right. So this is the idea called list comprehension, which we have discussed in week 11.
Okay.
List comprehension. Right. So this is
Comprehension. Okay.
So the second practice assignment, if you notice, will be all about how do you use list comprehension in your
code, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. So it's wonderful. Okay, got it. And what is about 19? It is so it's different, or I think it is same, but it's just calling a sum function and checking it out. Okay, the sum is 0 or not, right? So, but
Yeah.
it again having the list only, right? But sum is pre-defined function, or it is created by one also.
So it uses the same idea of collecting all factors of a number x, all non-trivial factors of x, but it uses, instead of having the factor as the element of the list, it is using a Boolean value to represent whether it's a factor or not. So it's a list of Booleans.
Okay, got it. So, okay, we have a list of booleans here, and now we're checking the length. Why we are summing the boolean sum, right? So, boolean sum should be equal to 0 only.
Yeah. Okay,
so will it take less time, or the time will be the same if we use it normally and we use it using list comprehension?
See, that part I am actually not sure, right? So the best place is to go and check it out in the docs. So it might be more optimized. Using list comprehension might be a more optimal way of doing it. That is something that is best if you know go to internet or read the docs and understand. Because
It looks
I
like, actually, I'm not sure, but it's quite interesting.
right. Yeah. So see I think the 9 o'clock professor session has to start. So this will be a hard stop. Okay. So we have to stop right now and we can continue later on. So I don't know if you all have to sign off. I mean, like drop off and then log in again or not. So please stay on the call. I'll just check with Akshay and get back to you.
So I wanted to ask about something.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Once you said something about Turtle library that we could use after our week level 12 concepts are completed.
Yeah. We actually wanted to explore that. Yeah.
You said you wanted to explore it with us, right? So what is the update on that? Are we going to do that? Or
Yeah,
should we-
maybe. Yeah, we should probably be doing that sometime. But let's finish this revision week and then maybe we can get back to that.
Okay. Just a request that whenever you start it, if you could mail us in that sense.
Sure. Yeah.
Or update the calendar with that captions and also that we many students could attend.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. So just give me 1 minute. I'll just talk to the concerned person and get back. Okay, so all of you who have come for what's that, 9 o'clock meeting, what you have to do is you have to uh, drop off this particular meeting and rejoin at 9 o'clock. Okay, so we'll be closing this meeting. Only then we can configure the setup for the next meeting. So please drop off and then kindly rejoin at 9 o'clock. Right. So just 5 minutes, you can rejoin this particular link. So we'll be closing this particular meeting now.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello, friends. Good evening. I have decided to go ahead without switching on my video because if the threshold is not met, I'll keep my video switched off too. It's a Squid Game.
Sir, hi sir, I'm Akshay sir from Infidel.
Hi, Akshay.
Sir, can I start live now, sir?
Yeah. Please start. No problem.
Okay, sir. Live started, sir.
Thanks. Okay. So we have discussion today. I don't know what to say. If you people don't meet the expectations of the threshold video, I will make the lectures very boring. I'll ensure that I make the lectures very boring. I'll not go beyond my iPad. Also, although I appreciate that many people have switched it on, but I am a kid. I want at least 1/3 to have. Yes, you're looking good. Yeah. To please switch on the video. We are starting in a minute. 130 people. I at least expect 30 people, not more. 7 for 28. All right. Good. We'll start in a minute. Is my screen spotlighted for everyone? Put a thumbs up if it is. I hope you are not seeing in the gallery view. I'm saying this because it's important that people who are watching on YouTube live can watch the discussion. All right, so we are starting. As and always, I will mute everyone to begin with. And if you want to unmute yourself, please raise your hand and I'll unmute you and we can continue. All right, so good. All right, so here we are with our discussion for today, which I believe I'll be repeating what we have done before, mainly because there are many people who wanted us to repeat, telecast the previous topics. If you people didn't know, I want to explain something that is an initiative that we plan to take it up. It is still pilot. It is not live yet. All right. Just a minute. Let me just show you the relevant slide. So we are trying to start off with this initiative of, it is an observation that how do we learn? We learn the following way. We have a prof teaching, correct? And then we have peers to discuss. We have books to read. We have videos to watch, which is novel right now, especially post-COVID videos have increased, right? And then we have a forum to discuss if it's a MOOC program like NPTEL or POD, BSc degree and things like that. All right, but then generally the person who teaches may not be the same person who has written the book, may not be the same person whose videos you are referring. You tend to refer other videos too. And the peers you interact with may not be taught by the same prof. And the forum that you discuss may not be the dedicated forum initiated by the prof or the program that you're part of. This forum can be Stack Exchange or some random forum online, right? So me and some of our volunteers, we sort of envisioned that we should have a setup where all these things should be under one umbrella. Okay, the professor who's teaching you should be available on the forum to discuss with you if required. And the peers with whom you're discussing should also be taught by the same prof. And then the book that you refer, or the reading material or the lecture notes that you refer to, should be written by the same prof. All right. And the videos that you're looking at should also be done by the same prof. This limits everything to the same prof, which is both good and bad. Good because there is connectivity, there is sync between the concepts. The notations that we use are all the same. The language that we speak is all the same. But nothing stops you from going outside and looking at another forum, looking at another professor's teaching, looking at someone else's video, reading some other book, participating, talking to some other peer outside your class. That is fine. But then what we realized is, if we give this complete buffet as a one-stop solution, student will be less confused. Otherwise, as I keep saying, what I teach is different from what I expect in the homework assignments, is different from what I ask in the examination. As the popular joke goes, we teach how to ride a tricycle, we help you understand how to ride a bicycle as assignment, and in the exam, it's a unicycle. You have no clue how these three things are linked. Another biggest problem is I teach something from referring to some textbook I'll never tell you, right? And then you will read some book and then you will see that whatever I'm teaching is very different from what the textbook is. You don't know which part of the lecture is covered with me, which part of the textbook. And some geek will be asking a question on the forum. You will think that's a different subject. All right. So for us to avoid this, we thought, let us go ahead with an initiative like this, and let us bifurcate all the ideas. Let's say, not just, as you people know, we have been discussing about not seeing a subject as, not seeing topics as belonging to different subjects. We thought a topic is always a question for which there's an answer. Sorting, a question for which you have an answer. Operating system is a subject, but then we would like to pick a topic from operating systems and study it as an idea. For instance, the idea of caching can be explained by a library example. The idea of OS can be explained by talking about a problem in your human body. The idea of databases can be explained by using a simple ledger that an accountant uses. And then linking that to computer science is just one step away, a few minutes away, right? So we thought subjects are all sort of independent in the sense that the topics needn't come under any subject per se, and we can take some few cute, nice, awesome topics and then discuss them independently and achieve coders high as and always. Try coding something that we explain and try to get to that aha moment. In this connection, we also thought, a bunch of volunteers and me, we realized that we'll classify our topics as 3 topics per compartment. We enter this first compartment and then go to the second, go to the third, go to the fourth. The reason why we call it AA and not A is of historical importance for our initiative. Ask one of the volunteers and they'll tell you. So we'll have 3 concepts per bogie here. We call this a train of ideas, 3 per idea, 3 per compartment. And the moment you reach ZZ, you have 3 into 26, that is 78 ideas across statistics, mathematics, Python, algorithms, data structures, ML, AI, whatever you will be learning in BSc. We thought, let us compile all of them in one station, maybe even invite some seniors and maybe even professors who are interested to come here and then help us out with the theme of these 5 elements of learning. The Panchabhutas of learning, if I may put it. All right. So this is the initiative that we started off, and it was fun to observe that there are many people who are participating very actively. In fact, if one of the volunteers can post the Discord link, some of the volunteers created a new forum, a sort of a gamified portal for people to interact. And I was not very sure of its success, but once we started off, we realized that it's very addictive. Imagine a forum that is addictive, will bring everyone there, and they're always there, and there's only learning environment there. And we ensure that there's no bullying that happens there. We have some strict rules that we all should follow. And what we do there is the following. We put you all into the first bogey, and we try to push you to the next bogey. And you can move at your own pace. Some people go forward fast. Some people go slow. It doesn't matter. The only prereq for you to go to the next bogey is that you should have learned what is in the current bogey. And then the moment you go to the next bogey, you should teach someone from the previous bogey. Ideally, one person should be teaching two people. Okay, I just thought I'll advertise this initiative that is started off with very well from our volunteers and going really cool. I have a feeling that learning has become very enjoyable. Definitely not my initiative, I must confess. It is more of what volunteers did. Okay, and once they start, they randomly get together and then start, discuss, participate, and they don't end. Only the starting time is decided. Ending time can go up to 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Not very good for anybody's health, but it happens. It's okay to happen in the beginning until we gain momentum. After that, we can sort of partition. Once we all belong to different bogies, things will become sort of distributed. With this, let me start off with today's discussion, which is from the first bogey. If you are interested, you can join the Discord server and then see what all happens there. But today we'll be discussing very quickly, we'll discuss the quick sort. Okay, number one. Number two is we'll discuss the kth element. I'll be very, very fast today because we have done all these things already. This is probably the kth time that I'm discussing the kth element, but probably the last time. After this, I'll not be discussing. All right. Third is, can one salt better than quick sort? We'll be discussing that too, the third point. Okay, I'm going to finish all these things very quickly. I'm going to go at neck break speed today, and just to observe if you people can manage. Many of you have already been there. For the nth time, we are discussing this. Others who are new to the place, don't worry. The recorded session will be available for you people in the Discord server for you all to discuss. So with this, we will go ahead and then start discussing our idea, before which I will discuss a few prerequisites. All right. So let us open a Python portal and then ask the following question. I toss a coin 100 times. How do I simulate that using Python? Let me open the terminal and then share it with you all. I'm sharing the screen in a minute. Don't panic. Generally on the YouTube live, especially, people will start saying, oh, he's saying screen sharing, nothing is visible. Okay. Just a second. Let me open up my random experiment.py. All right. I hope you all can now see my window. Can you? Cool. Okay, so here, let me write a simple program, which is import random. Okay, and then a list which comprises of 0 and 1. And then simply I will print random choice of L. A simple program like this will simply give me either 0 or 1 randomly. Okay. Okay, it gave me 0 first, and then it gave me 1. This is equivalent to coin tossing. Oh, 3 heads in one go, 4 heads in one go, 5 heads in one go, but then you have a 0. 1, more ones than zeros. Oh God, I think something is wrong with the random function today, but let's see what is going wrong here. For I in range 100, okay, let me take a list. Let me call this the toss, the binary B, okay, and then make this L as something else. All I'm doing is simply tossing a coin 100 times, that's all. So I'll create an empty list L, and then I'll append L with a random choice from the 2 bits, and I don't need this. Okay, I hope this is clear. This will give me, what will this give me? This will give me 100 bits randomly. Awesome. So let me check. Opening IPython, and then I'm running random experiment.py, run rand experiment.py. It will give me so much. As you can see, there are so many zeros and ones. Okay, I want to count how many zeros and ones are there. How do I do that? Vim rand experiment. By Vim, I mean my editor. Vim rand experiment. Let me put this inside a function. And instead of printing, let me return my L and then come out of this place and then import random.x. And in this function random.x, let me call my function randx. Boom. So let me assign this to a list L. And now here is my list L. And we know L as a beautiful, let me increase the font size. I'm so sorry. L count 0. 0 occurs 51 times. 1 occurs 49 times. Let me repeat this again and again. How do I do that? Rand L equals random experiment dot random experiment. And then I will print L count of 0. And then I'll print L count of, if you didn't know, on IPython, you can do this. So in one line itself, everything gets executed. 0 is 52, 1 is 48, 0 is 51, 1 is 49, 0 is 49, 1 is 51, 0 is 42, 1 is 58. Oh, 52, 48, 47, 53, 43, 57, 54, 46. It's a nice rhyme that we can recite as we keep reading this out. So do you observe something? The number of zeros and ones is more or less the same. एक बार zero ज़्यादा होके one कम हुआ तो the next time it gets swapped. Very clear. Done? All of you know this. But when we pick randomly 0 and 1, why does this happen? Why exactly does it, is the distribution equal? How does your dice know that it should be equal? All right. So let's make the experiment a little more. What I'll do is I will include an n here and make this n here and then come out here and then import random, etc. All I'm doing is, don't worry about my Python programming part which I'm quickly doing. All that you should observe is we are doing a random experiment. That's all. Don't worry. Even if I were to be using MATLAB or R or whatever, you should not break your head. I'll do it some 1 lakh times. So boom, L is 1 lakh. And now let me simply do this. Print L of count of 0. Print L of count of 1. See, very close to 50. Correct. Let me increase this to 1 lakh tak aa gaya. 1 million hi kar leta hai. ठीक है. Very, very close. You see, it's always so much. 40, 59, 40%, 50, 49%, 50%, 49%, 50%, 49%, 50%. The moral of the story is that both are equiprobable. They're independent events and they can appear randomly. Okay. And they have to be equal. If they're not unequal, the next time you run, you will not see that inequality to continue, because in nature, heads and tails, they appear uniformly at random. Let me ask you one question here. Let me just switch this mode and go back to my terminal. Let me print L here. Okay. So many L's. As you're able to see, so many L's. Let me look at my L of 0 is 1. My L of, let's say, 0 to, I'll take the first 100 entries, let's say. Okay. Let me print this so that it prints in a proper format. All right. Why am I doing this? You will observe. Okay. Here it is. One moment. Let me use my iPad to edit this. Just give me a second. Just a second, ensuring that I can annotate on the screen. Can you see the annotation on the screen? Can someone give me a thumbs up? Can you see the annotation on the screen? Thumbs up? Okay, good. All right, so let me continue. Okay, so let me look at this. The first element is 1, 1. Next element is 0. Next is 0. Okay, and then 1. How much time did it take for 1 to come? 1, 2, 3. In the first step, 1 did not come. Second step, 1 did not come. The third step, 1 came. Okay, the gap here is 2. Okay, between 1 and 1, there is 0, 0. Okay, from here to here, it became 2. All right, and then again, there's a huge gap here. From here to here, it was 5. Initially, it was 2, and then it became 5. And then the next one is 4. By the way, there was a 0 here. You see, I forgot the 0. Let me write the 0 also. Okay. Let me write it neatly. This is a very involved concept, but pretty easy. Gap is 2. And then here it is 0. And here it is 5. Here it is 1, 2, 3, 4. Here it is 1. Here it is 1, 2, 3, 4. Bear with me. I'm going to do this for some time now. Here again it is 0. Let me make a note of it. Here it is 1 unit, 0 unit, 0 unit, 0, 0. And then again 1 unit. I hope you're all following what I'm doing, right? 2 units, and then 0 unit here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units here. 1 unit, 1 unit. Let me stop here and then add all these things. So what do I get if I add this? 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 29. 29 is the sum total. Okay. And average will be 29 divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 29 by 17. How much is this on an average? It is close to 2. 34, but close to 2. So if I continue looking at it, you will observe that this will be close to 2. It will be close to 1. Okay, let's continue. So I think it's easier to see if it converges somewhere. Okay, 1, let me write more. Maybe here it is again 1, 1, and then 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. Let me write here. Here, 5. So how much? 39, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So let's take the average of these things. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 elements are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10 by 8 is close to 1. All right. So what am I trying to do? A lot of dirty calculation there, but all I'm trying to say is you cannot go, the gap between 2 tosses cannot be a lot on an average. Correct? Am I clear? The gap between 2 tosses, 2 heads के बीच में tail बहुत बार नहीं आएगा. एक आ सकता है या 2 बार आ सकता है maximum. That's what we saw. 29 by 17. 10 by 8. Between any 2 heads, Number of tails is not going to be a lot. Between any two tails, number of heads is not going to be a lot. I hope this is clear. I mean, we don't have to study some advanced statistics to understand this. This is straightforward intuition. जब एक बंदा लूडो खेल रहा है या स्नेक एंड लैडर खेल रहा है, this number will not come very often. This number 6 will not come very often. It will come once in 6 times. You keep rolling a die 100 times, you will see that 100 by 6 times 6 will come on an average. If for some reason 6 comes less number of times, increase the number of trials. 6 will be number of trials divided by 6 number of times. The number 1 will also be number of trials divided by 6. So on and so forth. Is that clear? Very clear? Okay, awesome. So now, I'm going to discuss some random things about randomness. All right, please don't mind. Now, there is a cake. I want to partition the cake into 2 pieces, not necessarily equal. So we have an algorithm. Me and my sister, we have an algorithm. We'll drop the cake from the top, from the ceiling, and run away from that place, ensuring that it doesn't fall on our head. The cake will come and cut the knife will come and cut the cake. Right? The bigger piece is hers. She is younger sister. The smaller piece is mine, elder brother. Why? That is how things work in India. When you have 2 people, younger will take everything. And parents will say, hey, wo chota hai na. You are the next parent for that person. I mean, you should adjust karke jana hai. Even if that person is just 1 year younger, I am now 40, my sister is 39. Till late, my parents will probably say, hey, she is younger than you, no? After 40 years of living, still she continues to be younger than me. This is a trend. I'm not trying to exaggerate. But so continuing this trend, I want this to sink in. The rule is different here. The bigger piece is for my sister. The smaller piece is for me. Here is an experiment for all of you to try. What is the expected cake size that I will get? What's the expected cake size that my sister will get? Bigger for the younger. Sister is younger. Smaller for the brother. Brother is older. Let's do the experiment and then see. Probably it's easy. Right? Let's do the experiment and see. So what's the experiment? Take a piece of cake. How do you take a piece of cake in Python? Import cake? No. So let me try to model that, simulate that, and then check. No, Python is magical. Probably if you import cake, it will not throw an error. I have tried doing that when I was learning Python initially. I installed the whole of Anaconda. Whatever came to my mind, I said import that, import Twitter, boom, it came. Import Facebook, boom, it came. There's a time when APIs were available. It was called Facebook, it was called Twitter, it was called, you name it, import math, boom, it will come. Okay, import maths, mathematics, if you do, but then most of the import word keywords will be there. Okay, there's also an API called import me, me. All right, import image, so on and so forth. All right, so now let me switch to my terminal and try to simulate the cake example. Can see my terminal? Good. So how do I simulate my cake example? Very, very, very simple. Simply say import random. And then say random. The cake is simulated. How? 9% and 10%. Or better even, random rand int 1, 100. You pick a number between 1 and 100. 12 units is mine. 88 is my sister's. 45 is mine. 55 my sister's. 38 is mine. 42, 52 my 62 my sister's. Okay, so what we will do is we will call this R. Okay, and then print R and 100 minus R. Okay, 81, 19, 81 sisters, 19 mine, 1 mine. 99, my sisters. Okay. So you see, life is not fair at all. Oh, here we got very close, 5149. God bless the random number generation. Otherwise, you see, 694. Now the question is, on an average, how much will I get? Let me compute that in Python itself, right? So let me go ahead and then compute that. That's very easy. So when you say max of 1, 2, it will give me 2. Min of 1, 2 is 1. So this is very easy. You just say L equals create an array. Okay. For I in range 100. Okay. L append R equals random.rand int 1, 100. So which means R is now a random number from 1 to 100. And then what you should compute is you should append the max of R and 100 minus R. This is the share that my sister will get. Is that clear? Pretty straightforward. I create a random number from 1 to 100. Percentage, basically 1 to 100. If you want 0 to 99, whatever, we don't care about the last few steps in computer science, as I told you. So, and then append the max of my R and 100 minus R. Boom, boom, over L is now what you can look at. Aha. What is the average share that my sister is getting? Import numpy, boom, numpy average of L 75.42. 75.42. Life is not fair. बोलते हैं लोग. Life is not fair for the eldest person in the family. Right? Imagine the time when they used to have 5, 6, 10 kids. The eldest one should fast fast on a daily basis. So anyway, I'm just making this joke just to ensure that you understand what I'm trying to say. 75% goes away for my sister. 25% is my share. So आप कैसे ऐसे बोल सकते हो? 50 में आ गया तो चाकू, 50 में कब आएगा? 100 बार में एक बार आएगा. Right? In 100 days, if we keep trying, one day we will get the right share. Right? Otherwise, average that I get is 25%. Okay. जिसको जो मिला उसको लेके जाना है ना? There are some quotes in games. Whatever you get is what you get. That is written here. In my fate, it was 25%. I take 20%. Isn't it intriguing that a random cake falling should give you 50-50? Why is it giving my sister 75 and me 25? Put your thumbs up if you understand. Put your thumbs down if you don't understand. Maybe a smiley will help. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4 people understand. Dev Smith has a question. Deepak has a question. No. You meant thumbs down, is it? Okay. Some people understand. Nobody doesn't understand this. Nobody thinks it should be 50-50. Why is it 75? Why is it 75? A small commercial break. Let me check how many of you are. This is not the average. It is the average of a different kind of a list, my friend. It is in fact average, but not the average of simply 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 100. It is the average of something else. Average of all marks in a class is not average of 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 100. It's the average of the sample there, whatever marks people have secured there. Okay, I told you 1 thumbs down. In comment, someone has put 2 thumbs down. I don't know what that means. I didn't understand. I didn't understand. That's what it means for you. Okay. Okay. All right. Anyone wants to comment something? Maybe a couple of minutes. Quickly, because we go ahead and then write a piece of code for this. Anyone? No? Okay. Then we'll go ahead and write a code for some question for which the answer is putting these 2 ideas together. What are the 2 ideas? You toss a coin 1,000,000 times. The gap between a head and the next occurrence of head is not a lot. I repeat. The gap between your occurrence of a head and the next occurrence of a head. Tail बीच में आ सकता है ना? ज्यादा tails नहीं आएगा बीच में, continuous tails नहीं आएगा, continuous heads नहीं आएगा, toggle करता रहेगा. Point number 1. Point number 2 is the knife that falls. The bigger part on an average is 75%. The smaller part is on an average 25% is what I said. Forget the story that I told you. Get the statistics part of it. Okay, 75% is the bigger part, 25% is the smaller part, and that was an inference we made. If you take the average of the min there, you will get 25. Repeat the experiment, you'll get 25 there. How? Why? Left to you. You people are studying statistics and mathematics and foundations of ML and foundations of etc. etc. You should have by this time mastered what is a random variable. What we discussed is a random variable x and its expectation. How many of you understood random variable x is not just 0 and 1? It's a number between 0 and 100, 1 to 100. And the moment you get that number, if the number is less than 50, then the number itself is a random variable's value. If the number is greater than 50, then you do 100 minus that. I'm sorry. If the number is, if the number is less than, you understood, right? Let me not be precise here. If the number is less than 50, you do 100 minus that number. The number is greater than 50, you leave it as it is. That's your random variable x, and you ask about the expected value of this random variable. Then you start asking, what is the probability of 1 to occur, 2 to occur, 3 to occur, 4 to occur, 5 to occur, summation pi times I, where pi is the probability of I occurring. The summation is the expected value of this random variable x. So keep repeating, mathematics is common sense complicated. You all understood the Python program, right? Let's leave it there. 75 is the bigger part, and we'll go ahead and then write a piece of code to understand the following question, which my dad used to ask me when I was in my school. First standard, he asked me, maybe repetitive for some people who have undergone this example already. I'm so sorry. My jokes will repeat. My examples will repeat. It's going to become very boring for you people. Please mute whenever I'm quoting a joke, which you know already, or a story that you know already. Okay. My dad would ask me in my first standard, where do you stand in the prayer queue? Why? Concerned middle-class parents. Is my son growing tall properly or not? Is he very short? Or does he exhibit hyperthyroidism and he's very, 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 very tall? They want to know that the son doesn't stand either in the front row, very, very, in the first few students or in the last few students. Basically, they expect you to be in the middle. He asked me, how many students are there in your class? Daddy, 35. Where do you stand in the prayer? Which way? Daddy, I stand second. Oh, you mean there are 33 people taller than you? Yes. Why is that? Because you made me join the school very early. I should be playing 1 year, 1 full year. You made me go to the school early. That is why I stand in the front row. Oh, okay, fine. My problem. All right, no problem. And then next, second standard, again, he would ask. I would say 5th in the queue. 3rd standard, I would say 8th in the queue. 4th, etc., etc. Now, dad was not interested to know. Please understand the question. Forget the emotion part of it, the dad-son part of it. Dad wanted to know my number, that's all. He did not care who was there in front of me. He wouldn't say, hey, Ajay Swaroop, was he ahead of you or behind you? Srinidhi, is he ahead of you or behind you? No, he would only ask, what is your number? So, translating this to a question about lists. In a given list, which is not necessarily sorted, which is indeed not sorted, I will take a list like this. I will take a list like this. A list L is equal to 1, 7, 2, 4, 8, 3, 10, 100, and 13. And I'll ask you, what is the 4th element here? Okay, it's like my dad asking me, forget where you stand. Tell me who is the 4th person who stands in the queue. Okay, one way to solve this problem is to sort this. Other way to solve this problem is you need not sort it. Without sorting, you can figure out who is the 4th person. We have a tendency to write the first element as 1 only all the time. You see, first few elements are always single digits. And after that, you will realize that you are overdoing the single digits. So you put 100 somewhere at the end. This is how samples, test cases, public cases, private cases in your exams come. All right. So what is the fourth element here? One way is to sort and then figure out what is sort this. S is equal to sort this. How do you sort this? There are so many ways. Let me use Sudarshan's sorting technique. I will not tell you what technique am I using. I don't know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 13 is there. 100. Oh, I hope I am right. If I'm not right, please adjust the printing mistake that would have happened here. Okay. Fourth element is 7. Boom. I'm sorry. Let's say S of 4. I'm not talking about fourth element. S of 4 I am asking. Okay. S of 4 is 8. Okay. Whenever I say fourth element, you should assume that we start from the 0th element and go up to the 4th element. And I'm asking this 4th element, your answer should be 8. Now, without sorting, you should say that it is 8. How do you say that it is 8? It's not easy to say that it is 8 without sorting. I don't at least know of a method in which you can say that this is 8 without sorting. Can you find the minimum without sorting? Yes, you can find minimum without sorting. Can you find maximum without sorting? Yes, you can find maximum without sorting. But for 4th element, why are you sorting? Maybe there's a way, just like finding min or max. Min max doesn't require sorting, correct? If you don't know, please disconnect Zoom and then go back and then find out why and then come for my next code exercise session. Right? Min or max does not require you to sort. Why? Very simple. Pick an element, call that the minimum, and then keep going through the array. If something else is lesser than that, call that the minimum, and then keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. This is like you find someone as a good friend in your high school, and you make that person call, tell the person also, you're my best friend, you're my best friend. But until you get someone better than him, he has a handheld video game, but this person has an Xbox. Moment you get him, says, bye, you are my best friend, but not anymore. I'm very busy right now. I cannot talk to you. After 2-3 days, you make that person as the best friend. All right. So until you see, as long as you see a better friend, you bail out the current friend and make that as the best friend. Okay. This also happens in some Hindi movies, if you know what I mean. Okay. Anyways, the point is minimum and maximum is easy to find in just order and time. Just see it once and it's done. But kth element, can we do it by seeing once? Okay, let me tell you the code and then let me code it and then see. So what do? You do the following. The algorithm is very simple. Let me go a little fast here. The algorithm is very simple. What I do is I take my L. Let me literally take my L here. Copy paste this below. One second. Okay. All right. And what I do is I'll simply take the first element, boom, 11. And then I will take all elements here one by one, starting from 7. 7 first, 2 next, 4 next, 8 next, 3 next, 10 next, 100. 7 is greater than 11, no, less than 11. Pull that here. 2 is greater than 11, no, not greater than, pull that here. 4 is greater than 11, no. 8 is greater than 11, no. 3 is greater than 11, no. 10 is greater than 11, no. All these numbers will come here. Okay, I'm going to write all these numbers here. 7, 2, what am I writing? All those people who are shorter than 11 in the prayer queue. All right, what is that called? Some prayer mass or whatever we used to call it. Q prayer. Okay, 4, 8, 3, 10, and then 100 will come this side. Correct? 100 will come this side. Why? Because 100 is greater than 11 and 13 is greater than 11. You see now, boom, 11 से भी जो भी कम है वो लेफ्ट में आ रहा है, call it left wing. 11 से जो ज्यादा है that's coming on the right wing. 11 has achieved its actual place. You see, 11 is actually first element, second element, third. If this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it is actually the 6th element in the sorted list, it seems. You see, It will actually be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sixth element was actually 11. So 11 goes to the right place. Let's that sink. That sink in our minds. Let me just write that down. 11. We now know is the sixth element. Always a computer science student, first element is not the first element. First element is the second element, because the first element is the zeroth element. Don't use this language outside computer science. People will slap you. Okay, we always start with 0, s of 0. Why? If you know a little more Python, you will realize why we start with 0. Okay, if you don't know, don't look up. You should realize it. Why in programming starting with 0 is more helpful than starting with 1. Okay, so I know 11 is in the right place. Okay, if you want to know the fourth element, what is it that we wanted? We wanted to know what is the fourth element. The question is, what is the fourth element? माने S of 4 क्या है? वो पूछ रहे हैं हम यहाँ पे. Sort करके देख लो भाई. Or pick some element, maybe the first element, and then create the left and right wing. And fourth element now is going to be the fourth element on this side. I repeat, fourth element will now be, do not worry about the rest of the list. Only look at the left wing, because fourth element hoga to yahan pe hoga. This is like my dad asking, where do you stand? I stand in the 10th, as the 10th person in the queue, daddy. And he'll say, okay. Then obviously, Ajay Swaroop is shorter than you. I know that. He must be standing. He must be a single digit person. If you're the 10th person, I do not know where Ajay Swaroop stands, but he's shorter than you. It means that he must be ahead of you. He is not behind you. On one fine day, my dad comes to the queue and looks at me that I'm standing on 10th position, and he wants to now search for Ajay. He knows, should he search ahead of me or behind me? Ahead of me. He doesn't care about the 25 others sitting behind me. He will chop that off from his mind. He'll only search for, oh, my son is there. Where is his best friend, Ajay? So, oh, okay. So he should be ahead. In 10 samples, 10 iterations he will get. He will be in the front. Similarly, if you want the fourth element will be before 11. So now what you do is you make this big list smaller by some size. And you find the fourth element here. Okay. Observation. Observe. List gets smaller. When you do what? Consider L of 0. Put that down. L of 0. And then create a left wing and a right wing. And your motive is to find the kth element here. Kth element is what you want to find. Your kth element is either this side or this side. If this itself is your kth element, then there are k minus 1 elements here. If the left wing len of left is k minus 1, then you have the kth element here itself. L of 0 is your kth element. If k is greater than the length of left plus 1, okay, length of this जितना भी लोग यहाँ पे है plus 1, क्योंकि ये बंदा जो भी L of 0 है वो भी एक बंदा है ना. Left में कितना, assume 13 elements are here. Here there is one element. 14 elements गया. And the kth element that you are on the lookout for, if that k is greater than 14, then it must be on the right side. Then you discard everything and search for the kth element this side by searching for the k minus 13th element here. क्योंकि 14 element गया ना यहाँ पे. So k minus 14 element देखो यहाँ पे आपको मिल जाएगा. K minus 14 और k minus 15 और k minus 12. This is always a question. अरे में किसको बगाना है, किसको रखना है? This is like you are vigilante. You know, you have a big sniper gun standing. There's a big list of people. Some of them are innocent. Some of them are criminals. And your duty is to go there from a building and then shoot. You are given a list, okay, in your hand. First person is innocent, second is innocent, third is innocent, fourth is a criminal, fifth is innocent, sixth is a criminal, seventh is a criminal, eighth is a criminal, ninth is innocent. You should see this and properly shoot the criminals. One error, boom, innocent person gets shot. Your list is like that. Please note, most of the times, all your list overflow, what is that? List index out of range, or some semantic errors that you get, although not syntactic, is because you're shooting down, you have to remove, you have to go only up to 14, you will go beyond 14, one step. That is enough to create havoc in your code. All right. How do you avoid that? You must ensure that as a sniper shot that you're taking, you should ensure that where to hit, where to remove, where not to remove. We will do a small program and then check this. The idea is very simple, very, very simple. My dad looks for Ajay in front of me because he knows he's shorter than me. And he knows Srinidhi is taller than me. He look for Srinidhi after the 10th array. First 10, he will not see Srinidhi at all. He knows his son is the 10th number. He'll try to look at Srinidhi after 10, right? Just this understanding. I'll try to code quickly. Please try to bear with me for a minute. Let me reset everything and then start afresh. So vim kth element.py. Super. So what do I do? I'm going to write a new function called again kth, given k in the list L. I must find this. Okay. We all have our favorite programming environments. Mine is a little messy, but still, I love Vim. Teda hai lekin mera hai. So it's like that. I've been using it from past several years, so I cannot get away with it. I don't like any other interfaces. So L equals, let's say, a list of range of some 20. Okay. And then what I will do is import random and random shuffle of L. This will shuffle L all the time. I'll show you, wait, what this will do. I hope you're able to see the terminal, right? Okay, good. Done, it has shuffled, correct? This is a very, very powerful technique. You don't put a L equals here because that's how random shuffle works. Don't ask me why it works like this. Ask people who created it. Okay, so define kth element. Def kth k. What do you do when you don't know what to code? You write comments. This function finds the kth element in the list L. Assuming that S is a sorted version of L, we will simply find what is S of K. Please note, we don't find S and then output S of K. The challenge here is to find S of K without computing the whole of S. In other words, do not sort the given list, but find the kth element in the sorted version of the list. When you really do not know what to code, you write a very long comment. Okay. So what do we do right now? Very clearly, you pick the first element and create a left wing, right wing. उतना करेंगे उसके बाद सोचते हैं क्या करना है. Okay, so I am blank. I want to show you people that being blank is okay, but you should know what is the first step, what is the second step, what is the third step. Okay, if you are very organized, you will not get stuck. I'll even teach you how to be organized. The entire program, I'm sure, we can get it done in less than 5 or maximum 10 minutes. Let's see, unless I should be less talkative for that. So let me be less talkative and do more work here. Okay, so what do I do now? Let us first create the left wing and the right wing by picking an element called the pivot element. What is pivot element? I'll tell you, it's a very complicated term used for a reference point. Let us consider the first element to be the pivot element. So you will not realize the importance of writing long comments. If you see the code after 10 days also, you'll understand what is happening here. For I in range, len of I, what I'm doing is going through the entire length of the list L, and then all I'm saying is, what is that? If I'll declare pivot to be the first element. First element is your reference element, correct? That's what we did here. You see on the iPad, you're seeing L of 0 here, right? That's what we did. We took L of 0 and then created, a list surrounding it. Where is that? Where is that? Where is that? So we created a left wing and the right wing surrounding. I think I deleted everything. So L is the pivot element. You have a left wing, you have a right wing. That's what I'm going to do right now. So how do I do that? I simply use a for loop, go through everything. Go through everything. If my L of I is greater than pivot, then it means that it is on the right. Okay, so I'll do one thing. I have removed the first element, which is the pivot. So I'll start with 1. I'll not start with 0. Okay, so L of 1, if it's greater than pivot, the right, I will say right append L of I. So which means I may have to declare a left array and a right array, also called a list in Python. Okay, done. If this is not true, else means what? It is less than or equal to. Okay, so let me say this is easier on my mind. If it is less, you put on the left, else you put on the right. Append it on the left. If it is on the left, then append it to left. Append it on right. If it is on the right. A small note for myself. Note that if the elements are same as pivot, they come on the right. I don't think we need to worry about it. I think the program will take care of it. Let me see. If it doesn't, we can always debug it. As simple as that. All right. So what has happened so far? I have observed that I have created a left wing and right wing so far. We have created the left and right wing so far. Now what should I do? I should left wing ho gaya, right wing ho gaya, pivot. The kth element is on the left wing or on the right wing? Correct? The kth element that I want is on the left wing or on the right wing. So this is when I will try using my iPad slightly, because the sniper gun thing will happen here. You may shoot something that you're not supposed to shoot. You have to be very careful and be organized here. Otherwise, we may have to debug later. All right. So look at my iPad here. All I do is you have a left wing and a right wing. You have a pivot here. And assume there are 12 elements here. Namely 0, 1, 2, up to 11 elements are here. P is your L of 12. Please note, whatever you have here, L of that element is basically the length of left. Please note, as a sniper shooter, you must be familiar with all these things. It is not len of left plus 1. Be very careful. Left. This is the list left. This is the left right. List right. P is in L of len of left. What will this give you? Len of left is 12 elements. L of 12 is P actually. And this element is L of len of left plus 1. This particular element is L of, I'm just being organized here, that's all. As a sniper, I am just understanding who is standing where. It comes in used to me. I write it down also. I want this as a reference as I'm coding. All right. Now, if your kth element is 6, you should go to the left wing. If your kth element is 12, if k equals 12, simply show the pivot. That's all. Over. You're done. You should stop there. If your k is 13 or more, you should simply take the right wing. 13 ko 0 karna hai. Kth element in this list, please note, this is the most important part. The kth element in this list, in this big list, is k minus 13th element in this list. Kyun? आपको 13 एलिमेंट्स हटाना है यहां से, हटा के जो भी यहां पे L of 13 हुआ ना, ये बंदा L of 0 होगा in the new array. Right? Don't break your head. Write down on your book. This is all counting second standard syllabus, but we have to be very organized. Otherwise, instead of removing this fellow, you will remove this fellow. Criminal is this side, innocent person is this side. Boom, you shoot. You kill the innocent fellow, not the criminal. So you have to be very careful. So let me try doing whatever I wrote down on my iPad. So what I should do is, let us be careful and try to find where our K is, okay? Now, so my pivot is L of 0, all right? If L of K is equal to your pivot is an element, not the index. You see, look at this. Let me highlight this. Pivot is the actual element. उसका left right में left wing right wing आ गया है अब, ठीक है? So if L of K is equal to pivot, then what I do is return pivot. There is nothing to do now. We have found our kth element, okay? But this may not happen. There may be a situation where your L of K is less than pivot, okay? This means that the kth element is on the left. Then what you do is you simply return the kth element, in your left wing. Why? Left is a list here. Left is a list here. If you're whatever you want, the kth element, okay? If you're what am I saying? No. If my L of K is okay, if my no, wait a minute. If my kth element is less than pivot, if the kth element is not L of K, what am I doing? If my pivot is okay. If my pivot P, yeah, I want third element. If my P, okay. Okay, all right, this is wrong. So again, let me switch to my iPad. All right, so what I should do is I should find whether K is here or not. Okay, how do I find my kth element is here or not? You should look at the size of left. If size of left is greater than K, then kth element is here. I repeat, Sudarshan is the 10th person. If you want a 6th person, you should see ahead of him. What is this 10? 10 is basically the length of left. So I have clearly made a mistake here. What I should do is if my len of left, okay, what was it in this case? As you can see my iPad, len of left was 12. Okay, if my K is 11 or less, I should pick it from the left wing. Correct? So what I'll do is if my len of L left is greater than my K, okay, then my kth element is on the left side. You simply pick the kth element on the left side. Every possibility you will get confused, so but you should, that is basically lack of clarity. That's all. You should just get back your clarity and then move ahead. If len of left is, let's say, equal to K, again some clarity gap here, but don't worry. You will see what I'm going to do next. If the length of the left wing is equal to K, then you know what, left was 12, no? Then pivot was actually the L of K, okay? Then return pivot, okay? This is easier on my mind than this. So what I will do right now is I will remove this. This is not easy on my mind. This is not telling me much. So if len of left, if the left side has K elements, then your kth element is actually the pivot itself. Why? Sniper analysis. I'm just observing my iPad. Clearly, you see on the left side, I have 12 elements. L of 12 is the pivot element. If the len of left is equal to k, then your pivot element itself is a kth element. How? Some second standard analysis. Second standard analysis is not very easy. Counting numbers is not very easy. The whole of math and statistics is only about numbers. All right. Okay. So left side. All right. I'm done. So far so good. If len of left is greater than k, then my kth element is on the left side. What is a left out case? I'm not a big fan of writing down else. Instead, it's okay to do if a is less than b, is a is equal to b, and a is greater than b, all possibilities. If len of left is less than k, then I must return kth. Sniper, you should understand properly. My kth element is on the right wing. A little complicated. Just observe. Why am I saying this? Sometimes, comment is best written later. Return kth element on your right. If len of left is less than k, on the right side you will find, but you must remove some elements. No, how many elements should you remove? If your k comes to your right, you must remove the left wing, which has len of left amount of elements plus 1, which is pivot. You have to remove so many elements. If you are in doubt, don't worry, you will understand it as we write this. K minus len of left plus एक चीज क्या है वो एक चीज पिवोट का चीज पिवोट नहीं है लेफ्ट विंग में नहीं है आपका नंबर राइट में है तो आप राइट में देखो पूरा लेफ्ट हटाओ पिवोट हटाओ कितना हटाए आप you have removed len of left plus 1 number of elements. So kth element in this big list is basically Srinidhi stands 2 units behind me. Basically, he is 12th person. Dad removes the first 10 people, removes me. Okay, 11 people gaya. 12th person means right next to me, Srinidhi is standing. All right. So the second element in the after removed list, Srinidhi is present. Right. So the idea is very simple. You know very well Srinidhi is taller than me. So people ahead of me, you should remove me. And how taller is Srinidhi behind me? Assume you get to know he is second person after me. All right. So second person after me is actually 10 plus 1 plus 10, 11, 12, 13th person in the list becomes second person in the chopped off list. That's all I'm trying to do here. All right. So let us hope this works. Okay. Written so and so. But there is one problem. If the list is empty, what will it do? I think the list can never be empty. Let us return this and then see. Okay. A list can be empty, but then you may not be searching for kth element there. If it's I am suspecting that this will never end up being an empty list. I'll repeat from the beginning. Kth element k comma l. All you're seeing is simply this 4-5 lines of code. Okay, recursively called. Okay. I have appended everything and then created an if case, and then I'm calling kth element recursively. I'm assuming that you all know what is recursion. If not, I'll give you a brief overview of what is recursion. Import kth. Is this happening because I'm displaying that there? Okay, so let me not display it here. Let me comment this off. Import kth. What was L? L is nothing. Okay, let me call L as list of range of some 20 and random shuffle. Nahi hai, import random. Okay, import random. I hope it's all visible, guys. Okay, so import random shuffle L. L is now shuffled. Kth, Bhagwan ka naam leke. Third element in L. Thank God. It's working. I don't have to debug. Fourth element in L. You see, L is a big number, but still fourth element, fifth element, third element, 13th element is 13. Why? Because the sorted version of L is this. When you shuffle it, L becomes this. In the shuffled version, you're trying to ask what is the kth element of 11th element of L. So let's do one thing. Let us say L equals list of range of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, maybe 1 lakh. And then what I do is random shuffle L. And then I ask print kth element sum 1 to 3rd element. This should give us as an output 1, 2, 3. 1 to 3rd element in L. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Even if you take 1,000,000 elements, what is this telling you? You take a randomized list L. You don't know what is where. It's all shuffled. Without sorting, you're finding out what is the kth element in L. Takes some time, but still marvelously fast. It is going through 1,000,000 entries. Try doing bubble sort and finding the S of 123. It is going to take a long time, long time. It's going to take 1,000,000 into 1,000,000, 1,000,000 square amount of time. But when you try kth element, it's like laparoscopic surgery where you directly hit the region without cutting open the entire body, right? Chemotherapy is killing all cells. Can you somehow intelligently go and target the cancer cells only? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to help the kth element pop out by not disturbing the rest of the list. Okay, now is the time when if you want to ask any questions, it's the right time to ask. If not, we'll quickly move ahead to quick sort. Quick sort will take, I bet, 5 to 10 minutes of coding, that's all. I'm assuming most of you know quick sort, so we'll go ahead and then do it quickly. All right, any questions? Raise your hand, please. No questions? We'll go ahead. क्या सर एक ही चीज को एक महीने से कर रहे हो और पूछते हो questions है? Right, we have a question. When will you go ahead and do the other topics? So the reason why I did this is many students had confusion here, and I thought let's be organized. The sense that let us finish this AA bogey terminologies from now onwards. You should also know what is platform 9¾ If you don't know, come to our Discord server and you will know what is platform 9¾ People who just joined us and on the way to the coders high session in the Hogwarts should enter the 0th. From the platform they enter the AA bogey. I'm just introducing AA bogey to them, assuming they all have watched my video lectures up to recursion at least. So you know how to see recursion. Recursion is a nice way where you're doing some work and then you leave that work because you got some work to do, other work to do. Someone's calling you and you ask your mom to continue that work or dad to continue that work. You'll say, Dad, I have finished folding half the clothes. You do the rest half. And that's precisely what we are saying here when we say, you see here, अरे यार हम तो लेफ्ट में, if the left is greater than k, then we'll remove the entire k list L. उसमें से बस लेफ्ट में देख लो भाई, kth एलिमेंट लेफ्ट में देख लो. मैं देख लिया, राइट का यूसेज कुछ नहीं है. इतने लोग are not useful for our search. You only look at the left, look at the kth element in the left, and that will be the kth element in the original array. You will do it right, so I'll make a move right now. Bye bolke. This passes on the reference to the to another person. Think of it that way, and then goes away. The idea of recursion is basically that when you are actually finding the kth element here, you don't find the kth element in L, but you chop the list into a smaller list and then find a k dashed element there, kth element here or whatever, len k minus len of left, the sniper thing that I told you, that thing here. That's it. Okay. All right. What's a pivot element? Pivot in English simply means pivot. Pivot in American accent, but in Indian accent, it's pivot. Right? Pivot element. Pivot element means you take an element, keep that as a reference, and across that you have left wing and right wing. They say, no, people who are in depression, they think that they are the center of the world and the entire world is around them and it is being very mean on them. They think they are the pivot element and world should circle around me. Counselors, first thing that they say is, please don't expect the world to be the way you want it to be. You are not the main element of this world. There are so many people out there. Pivot element means that element thinks that is the greatest element so far. I mean, around that you create a left wing and right wing. You don't disturb that element at all. That is called a pivot. Pivot means of importance, of reference. Okay. I think we should use a different term when we are teaching. We simply use the word pivot and then pivot at the end. The student gets up and asks after 1.5 hours of quicksort class, sir, I have a question. What's the question? Sir, what is a pivot element? Right? I think we should use a different element. Some element, take a random element, create a left wing, right wing. Random element is a better term. All right, so now can we go ahead with quicksort very quickly? So what do we do in quicksort? We pick an element, create a left wing, right wing. One element is sorted. Okay, and then take a left wing, right wing. Sort just one element there. Pick one element, put it to the right place. Keep picking an element and keep putting them to the right place. That is quicksort. Before going there, let us see how come our code ran so damn well, man. How did our code run 1 million entries? Boom, it gives the answer. 1 million entries. Before I finish the sentence, it gives me the answer. How is this happening? Let us invoke our cake example and then understand it very quickly. What was the cake example? The cake example was that when you take a big cake and drop a knife, how to draw a knife, man. Oh God. Right. Teachers should learn drawing, you know, that to randomly. It's my version of the Gabbar's knife. I hope it is not as bad as you think. All right. So the knife randomly falls somewhere. All right. Okay. Let's hear someone else. I'm sure you people are bored listening to me. Yeah.
Sir, you are not sharing the iPad.
I'm sorry. Okay. So the knife falls randomly and it just breaks the cake into 2 pieces randomly. All right. Now the knife can fall. Look at this region quickly. कहाँ पे मैं ड्रॉ कर रहा हूँ इस रीजन को? जहां पे यहाँ पे 1/4 है ना, यहाँ पे half है ना, यहाँ पे 3/4 है ना. If you start with 0 and go till 1 like this, just observe a very simple straightforward observation tells you that यहाँ पे जो भी region है, इसका left जो भी है, whatever is on the left, I'm sorry for Hindi, the left whatever you have is 1/4 of the entire cake, correct? Correct. So far so good. This is half. To the left of half is half of the cake. To the left of 3/4 is 3/4 of the cake. To the right of 3/4 is 1/4 of the cake. Correct? Quarter में left में quarter आएगा, right में 3/4 आएगा. Half में left में half आएगा, right में half आएगा. Sorry for Hindi once again. On the right you will of 3/4 you will get 1/4. On the left of 3/4 you will get 3/4. So all I'm trying to say is that here, when the knife falls into this region called the nuclear region of the cake, the central region. The central region is half of the entire cake. 1/4 to 3/4, I call it the central region. I call it. That is not center का मतलब क्या है आपको पता है, exact midpoint. But I will call this the central region. City का center क्या है? Center point डाल के you asked me to come in the center, but you're standing 10 feet away, नहीं बोल सकते हैं. Right, so it's in this. My house is the center of the city. का मतलब ये नहीं center point में exactly है. Central region is roughly 1/4 to 3/4. Why do we call the central region? It occupies half of the entire region. Some 1/4 to 3/4, you have half the region. Please understand this. From 1/4 to 3/4, we have half the region. This is called the central region. What is the probability that the cake falls in the central region? 1/2. What is the probability that the cake doesn't fall in the central region? 1/2. When you put the cake, very often, where will it fall? In the central region or the non-central region? It will fall in the central region with probability half. But there's a possibility that it will never fall in the central region. Yes, it's very unlikely. Why? Head, tail, head, tail. Exactly the same thing happening here. Head is central region, tail is outside the central region. How many times will the cake, will the knife fall in the central region? अब नहीं हुआ तो next time होगा या next time होगा, next time होगा, क्योंकि 1 के बाद 0 आएगा. After that 1 should come. We saw that. So with a probability half, the knife should hit the central region, or in 2 attempts, the knife will hit the central region. Whenever the knife hits the central region, I will get at least 1/4. My sister will get at least 3/4. Basic math. I repeat, let me write this down so that it sinks into our minds. It's confusing for me as I'm explaining it. 1 second. Okay. When the knife hits the central region, the min is at least 1/4. And hence the max is at least 3/4. Very simple, very straightforward. If you get involved in the cake example, and if you have a sister who is sort of troubling you the story way, you will understand this. When it hits the central region, I am happy that mera jo bhi share hai wo quarter se niche nahi hoga. I'm very happy. Otherwise, it can hit the extreme point and I will get a very small piece, negligible piece, right? When it hits the central region, I'm at least happy that 1/4 at least I will get. This is precisely what is happening in the kth element. Can someone tell me what's happening? When you pick an element, the element that you have picked is the place where the cake is falling on the sorted list, in the list, let's say. When it falls on some element, you create a left wing, right wing. Left ka size kya hai, right ka size kya hai, is exactly the cake example. What is there to think? Pick a pivot element. The pivot element creates a left wing and right wing. Left mein kam ho sakta hai, right mein zyada ho sakta hai. Okay, every time you pick a pivot element, left or right you discard, because your kth element is either on the left or on the right. जो भी आप discard कर रहे हो, वो at least quarter है. कम से कम quarter होगा. 3/4 हुआ तो well and good. If you're discarding the bigger part and then say at least 1/4 you're discarding. Above this, if I explain, it will be spoon feeding. Put all these things together, you will realize that your array is getting reduced by quarter every time. If not this time, next time it will happen, because coin toss में head के बाद tail आना ही चाहिए. नहीं आया तो expected number of steps is 2. नहीं आया तो 3-4 के बाद आएगा, उसके बाद continuously आएगा. We have observed that. It cannot so happen that between head and tail there's a lot of head and head, there's a lot of tail. So every time you run your code, it creates a left wing and a right wing, and you're discarding at least quarter. Observation. We discard at least 1/4 the list on an average. My bank balance is 1 million, and God discards 1/4 of it every day. So, hua 750,000 on the first day. So if I have bank balance B, it becomes 3/4 the bank balance the next day, and it becomes 3/4 square the bank balance the next day. It becomes 3/4 cube the. Kitna discard ho raha hai? Discarding is 1/4. The retainment is 3/4. So 3/4 of 3/4 of 3/4 of 3/4. It keeps going until I am bankrupt. I am bankrupt means what? After it reaches 1 rupee or less, God says, okay, fine, take this and then live your life. Okay. So now your length, your list also, which is n elements big, is becoming 3/4 of n, 3/4 squares of n, 3/4 cubes of n. जो भी आपका n था, वो n became 3/4 of n, 3/4 square of n, so on and so forth. Okay. And at every level, you're doing, पहले आप जब partition किए थे, you did n amount of work. After that, it became 3/4 n size. After it became 3/4 n size, again you took a pivot element and then went through the entire list. n काम करने के बाद वो 3/4 n हुआ. उसके बाद 3/4 m काम करना चाहिए आपको. क्यों? पूरा लिस्ट एक बार देखना चाहिए to create a left wing and right wing. The remaining elements. Very clear. If not, don't worry. Just look at this equation without knowing why I'm writing this equation. Many times we do that in the class. We don't understand what's happening, but we'll recognize it's a GP. And the first puncher will say, I know the answer. He will not know any amount of what we have discussed, but he will know the answer for this GP. So on, even up to infinity, if you go, this is n into 1 plus 3 by 4 plus 3 by 4 square plus dot dot dot. I was told in my school, although I don't remember how, this is 1 over 1 plus 1 minus 3 by 4. How you people go look at your formula from childhood days, or go and ask your high school teacher or school teacher. I do not care whether it is 5 or whatever. This is a constant. That is what a computer science student cares. Right? This is a constant. Okay. So the entire stuff you're doing first n work. Why do you do n work? Because you need to see the entire array. And then the list becomes 3/4. You should again see the entire thing to create a left wing, right wing. After that, again left wing, right wing, left wing, right wing. Karte, you will realize that you're doing a max of order of n amount of work, which means you actually do precisely order n amount of work. That is why your code is super duper fast. You're doing order n work. If you do sorting, bubble sort takes order n square work. N square means what? If you have 10 elements, n square is 100. If you have 100 elements, n square is 10,000. 100 के लिए 10,000 काम करना पड़ेगा आपको. Now we have come out with a way in which if you have 100, you do roughly 100 times some constant amount of work. 500n, 5n. 500 कहाँ पे है? 10,000 कहाँ पे है? समझ लो आपके पास 1000 एलिमेंट्स है. 1000 स्क्वायर कितना हुआ? 1 मिलियन हुआ. Your code is working in 1000 into 5,000 steps. 5,000 कहाँ पे है? 1 million कहाँ पे है? As this keeps increasing, your 5n is a very short Lilliput in front of a big Gulliver who is increasing as part of bubble sort or selection sort. And that's why order and algorithm is very important. Okay, we'll quickly do quick sort and then stop. Looks like we are unable to proceed further today, although I thought I'll write code quickly. Let me see if possible, I'll explain quick sorts analysis also. Pritham, yes.
So using the random variable, I understood how it is becoming 1/4 or 3/4.
Using random variable, I didn't understand how it became 5. I did not use any random variables here.
Yeah, you said that these things you can do using random variables.
I said these things you can do using random variable, but I did not use any random variable anywhere.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You didn't, but I tried meanwhile while listening to you. So using that, I got it how it's becoming 1/4, but I'm not getting the intuition why it is 1/4.
Because now I will use this as an example, Pritham. All due respect to you, please don't mind. I may make fun of you also. Is it okay? Can
okay,
I?
Sir.
In the right split, take it in the be a sport and take it in the right split.
Okay, sir.
When I'm giving you the intuition, if you think of the mathematical version of it, obviously the intuition is lost. Without intuition, we cannot do the math. Trust me on this. No scientist ever living, outstanding scientist, go and talk to him. Does intuition come first to you or math come first to you? He will generally say intuition comes first and I convert that to math. But sometimes this is not true. If you're working in n dimensions, वहाँ पे intuition कहाँ पे n dimension? 1 dimension, 2 dimension, 3 dimension we can see. 4th dimension we cannot see. वहाँ पे intuition चला जाएगा. So what we do there? In the 10th dimension we do the complicated math, but we have the intuition for 3rd dimension. पूरा का पूरा आपका ML कैसे चलता है? Everything is expanded in 2 dimensions, in 2 cross 2 matrices, right? You can, how do you find the eigenvalue of a matrix? Take an n cross n matrix, but imagine a 3 cross 3 matrix. Correct? Yes. What is the inverse of a matrix? What is an inverse of a 1 cross 1 matrix? What is it? What is the inverse of quick lightning round?
Sir,
quick. Don't use math right now, Pritham.
No, sir. No, sir. I'm not.
Don't write the random variable. What is the inverse of a 1 cross 1 matrix? Quick, gun point. Quick. What is the inverse of 1 cross 1 matrix? 1. Tick tick 1. Tick tick 2. Tick tick 3. Tick. Huh? Itself.
Sir, I don't know.
What is the inverse of a 1 cross 1 matrix? Anybody raise your hand? It's okay, Pritham, you're being a good candidate example for me to explain something. Don't worry. I mean, good that you came forward. Yeah, Devasmith knows the answer. I know Devasmith knows the answer, and Devasmith knows that I know that he knows the answer. Go ahead, Devasmith. Please answer.
No, no, sir, nothing. I don't know the answer.
You're pretending. Okay, anyways, no problem. Nikhil, what's the answer?
Reciprocal.
That's all. For a 1x1 matrix, identity matrix is 1 within bracket, list containing 1. Okay, take any element x, uska reciprocal 1 by x will be the inverse. But if it becomes 2x2, this reciprocal of a 2x2 matrix, we do not know what that is. So we give meaning to matrix inverse and then observe that in 1x1 version this becomes. Right? So we have an intuition for 1x1. ये इसको multiply करने से identity आना चाहिए. उसको extrapolate करके we see what's the matrix identity element, and then we try to obtain that by multiplying a matrix with another matrix, and you get 1 1 1 in the diagonal and then 0 in the other places, and we call that the inverse. To find that out, we do all the circles. Some mathematician found out, some people like Kramer, Gauss, etc. they found out how to do this, and that comes as a 5-mark question for you if it's 3x3, 10-mark question if it's 4x4, and they define that to be in mathematically invertible if you put adjoint of A, determinant of A. But what is happening is intuition carried forward to multiple dimensions. Start with the intuition. Don't start with mathematics. My little tip. This may not work. If someone is super genius, maybe they'll do only the mathematical way, but it doesn't mean that they don't have the intuition. They quickly get the intuition. They know what is happening there. Quickly they do the math. Or sometimes intuition cannot play its role if it's higher dimensional. Then we only try to say A is implying B is implying C is implying D is implying Z, E is implying up to Z. So A implies Z by transitivity. And hence proved. We say that. We don't understand anything in such proofs. For example, proof by induction. If you know what that is, no intuition is there in proof by induction, generally. But answer is there. We all want the answer. But then someone will come and give an intuitive proof for this kind of result. So always intuition is important. Do not use random variables. If the intuition is right, random variables come very naturally. You know, it is like, it is just one step away. Once you finish climbing, you know, the entire hill, it's one step and the beauty of the city is visible from there. Okay, but you start doing that step without the intuition, you'll only see steps there. You will not see what's happening.
Yes, sir. That's why I'm little. That's why I said.
Yeah, you got the tip right now. You got the tip right now. Never get into mathematics without the intuition.
Yes, sir.
Many people do this mistake. Look at the textbook and try to understand what the textbook says. Textbook will be the ultimate final result written in the form of math with all intuition removed, because it's the shortest path. Shortest path in the morning walk is not the best possible path. You want to take a long path and then enjoy your morning walk, right? Okay, anyways, that's a good exercise. I didn't mean to criticize what you did, but yeah, intuition, at least in probability-like subjects, intuition really comes first. Sometimes intuition is very clear, but you may not know how to write the random variable. It will naturally come. Joint distribution, not very intuitive. But you intuition, get it right, then naturally you will get to know what is joint distribution. Canonical form, Jordan canonical form sounds very scary, but get the intuition right of what is happening here. You will understand why functions are coming within a matrix. E to the power of matrix. Do you know that you can raise e to the power of a matrix? It doesn't make sense at all. How can you raise a number to the power of a matrix? Oh, you raised a number to the power of a complex number I. You should know the intuition for all these things. Once you know the intuition, it comes like this. You feel so naturally, you know, befriending these entities. Otherwise, it becomes only complicated symbolic manipulation. Okay, more questions?
Yes, sir. Hence I asked why I'm not getting the intuition. So
no, you will not get also. I know many people studying a topic, me myself, I probably will know the mathematical proof, but I would have never understood what is going on there. I know the mathematical proof of it. I think it's close to being, I mean, it's less useful. So get the intuition right, or sometimes you get the math and from the math, try to regurgitate the intuition. For instance, you know how to divide two numbers, my favorite example. You know how to divide two numbers. You never know how that works, but you know how to do this. You know the math behind it. So try to get the intuition behind it. You try subtracting a number from that number repeatedly. That's what happens in your typical long division in your school days. Try to find out how do you find square root. That's a very complicated algorithm that you use there. You may not know how that is done, but you get the intuition right, you will realize what is happening there. Okay, so we will move on. If someone has any question, you can ask. Otherwise, we'll quickly do quick sort and then call it ends. Okay, guys, shall we? So let's see how much time we take to do quick sort. I have a feeling quicksort is the quickest thing to implement and the fastest thing. Quicksort is quick to sort, quick to program, quick to check, but long to analyze. Right? It's very little involved to analyze. Should we go ahead with quicksort on a program, or enough for the day, sir? We are hungry. Let's go have dinner. Thumbs up for we'll go ahead with quicksort. Okay, these people, pod BSc course, you all are not humans at all. No emotions, no hunger. You people will, go on and on until you, even at 5 a.m., you are not collapsing. You want to break the records and go ahead to 6 a.m. Anyway, some people will understand what I'm trying to say. All right, so let me continue writing code for quicksort. Maybe alongside you all can write, try to make it very, very small. The idea is take a pivot element, create a left wing, right wing. Pivot element is there and output the left wing and right wing. So the idea is fairly simple. What I do is I have two computing servants, my proud servants. What I do is, given a list L comprising of some elements, I'll simply take the first element, put that here. Okay, this element comes here and create my left wing and right wing exactly I did in the previous case. Okay, kth element ke liye left wing right wing kiye hum. Yahan pe bhi what I do is I have two servants. Let me write that down. I have my, by servants I don't mean they are friends, let's say two friends. I will find out an element and create the left wing, right wing. And I'll ask my friend to please sort this. Friend 1 to sort this. And friend 2 to sort this. And give it to me. Once he gives me the sorted left, okay, let me call it S left. Sorted left. And once I get my sorted right, I take these two lists and A for append, plus is not addition, A for append. I will append this single element. I will append here, okay, to this, and it gets sorted. If it is not sorted, I will blame one of my friends have done something wrong. Otherwise, left को sort करो, जो भी मेरा element जो मैं देखा वहां पे वो white वाला element, उसको बीच में डाल दो, उसके बाद right वाला रख लो, sorted version. This should be sorted. And my friends ask me, sir, my dear Sudarshan, how do I sort it? You do whatever you want by hook or crook and get the left sorted, man. I tell Ram. And Lakshman, I say, do whatever you want. Sort the right side, man. Lakshman says, I will use my own method. You go use, I'll talk to Sita. Do whatever you want. Ram says, I will use a mantra. And you do whatever you want, but I want the left and right to be sorted. When you can sort my left and right, I place my element between left and right. This entire thing in a sequence gets sorted. Correct? Now imagine whatever I am doing, Ram, Lakshman also use the same technique. They will take that smaller list, pick an element, create a left wing and a right wing of that small wing that I have given them. And then they outsource it to, Nakula and Sahadeva, or maybe Ravan and Hanuman, or whatever, assuming everybody is good and nice and they are helping each other. Okay. So this keeps going on. And finally we sort everything. Let me just write this. This algorithm is so simple. What do? Pick an element, create left wing, right wing, outsource the left wing to Ram, outsource the right wing to Lakshman. That's all. This will be some 4-line code. I will even use the word Ram and Lakshman if you people don't mind. Okay. All right. So let me share my desktop and then try writing code for quick sort. Screen visible? Okay. Define quick sort with a list L, and then I will create Ram, who is a left wing person, Lakshman, who is right wing person. Left wing, right wing is not political parties. Whatever comes on the left of my element is called left, and right of my element is called right. I hope this is also going live. I hope nobody catches hold of me by using mythological names here. I'm just kidding. All right. So what I now do is I pick a pivot element, which is, I would even call it Sudarshan, but it's okay. Let there be one technical term at least. My L of 0 will be my pivot element. Done? Okay. And then let's say for I in range, length of L, I'm doing my job. What is my job? My job is to find out the left wing and right wing. Correct? Don't worry about this modern errors coming here in the middle of the mythology story. Okay, for I in range, length of L, if L of I, again, I think I can start from 1, no? Correct? Because first element is a pivot element. L of 0 is pivot element. I do not compare that. If L of I is greater than my pivot element, then this should come on the right side, which is Lakshman's side, right? So let me start with Ram. It's easier on my mind. If L of I, the element that you have picked is less than pivot, it should come in the left wing, which is Ram's responsibility. I will append this to Ram's task. L of I goes to Ram. Otherwise, I told you I will not use else. I'll try writing the exact condition here. But when class goes long and I'm hungry, I want to finish things quickly and then get back. So I will use else right now. Okay. So else, this is done. At this point, I know the pivot element, the white element in the circle. I have created a list for Ram, which is the left wing, and another list for Lakshman, hoping that I can trust them, whatever this English means, hoping that I can trust them. I will outsource this work to them and return the list, assuming that they will sort their respective lists. Awesome. So what do I do that? I will do return quick Ram, please quick sort your Ram's part, plus my pivot was simply the pivot part, plus Lakshman, quick sort your quick sort part. And let me return this big list, which is plus means, by the way, append in Python. If you people didn't know, let me just show that to you. If you say A equals 1, 2, 3, and B equals 10, 11, 12, A plus B will be so much. If you don't know what this is, I'll talk to Karthik tomorrow. I'll ask him why he has not taught you these things. Otherwise, I'm assuming he teaches you, but we would have forgotten, which even I do. Okay, written so and so. All right, now Ram will sort this and Lakshman will sort this. How will they sort this? They'll come here. Instead of L, there will be Ram there, and Ram will again divide this into 2 people and then keep giving them. What I will now do is I will write one thing here. If the length of the list L, if nothing is there, then it is vacuously sorted. Vacuously is a complicated term which stands for there's nothing to do. Okay, it's vacuum. Okay, it's called vacuously sorted. If you do some pure mathematics, you will know this terminology. Okay, syntactic. Okay, if len of L is equal to 0, then return L. Once you return something, you don't go ahead. Don't divide anything to Ram and Lakshman if the list has no elements. There is nothing to do. Chutti us din. Okay? All right. So if the length of the list is equal to 1, अरे एक तो एलिमेंट है ना, उसको सॉर्ट करना है ना, एक एलिमेंट को रख के सॉर्ट करना है. जैसे एक क्लास में एक स्टूडेंट होगा, उसको रख के पढ़ाना है, उसको एक एग्जाम देना है और उसका पेपर करेक्ट करना है. ठीक है? So that is why we don't like one student. Still return L, there's nothing to sort there. A grade दो, पास कर दो, बोल दो उसको, मुझे डिस्टर्ब मत करो. Okay, return L, that's all. If the list is greater than that, then I divide it to Ram and Lakshman. That's all. I hope this works. If it doesn't work, you people sit and decode it. I will leave now because I'm very hungry. Import quick sort. All right. Quick. Okay. What is my L? Oh, L is ready. Huh? Okay. Very good. Okay. So, but maybe let me use L to be a small number. List of range of 10. Random shuffle of L, quick sort, import quick sort dot quick sort. Ba-bam, 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 ba-bam. Now, what we should do is we should first check L. I'm sorry for my bad DJ skills. So what I should do now is quick sort. Of course, it's sorted. It's not sorted. Quick sort of L. Lakshman is not defined. Oh my God, how can I not define Lakshman here? I'm so sorry for irritating you people with what was the error? सब कुछ ठीक है यहाँ पे. Lakshman is not defined. Return quick sort of Lakshman. 18th line. Okay, I'm sure now everybody is Lakshman. You see. Lakshman is one way of naming. I have a friend by name Lakshman, Lakshman. I have my uncle by name Lakshman. He writes it as X. I wrote my friend there and uncle here. So I really did that, guys. I'm so sorry. I really did that. So let me stick to one variable only. Okay. So, all right. Now still it will take this. So let me come out and then come in, or I should auto reload it. L equals list of range, import random dot shuffle of L, and then import quick sort, Rama, Lakshmana, please ensure that this works. Wow, it is sorting, and it's sorting really fast, as you can see. So let's say L equals list of, let me say N equals 10. Okay. L equals list of range of N and random shuffle of L, and then quick sort of L, 10 elements. If N were to be 100 elements, boom, it is sorting. Very good. Let me just print it so that it is seeable. 100 gets sorted, N equals 1000. You see what's happening? It's shuffled, but still it is, you don't even know whether it is really getting sorted. Sir, कुछ हो रहा है वहां पे या कुछ आप वैसे ही स्क्रीन को कुछ स्क्रीन फ्लिकर हो रहा है? N equals 10,000, boom, sorted. Your bubble sort will not run really fast. N equals 1 lakh, boom, sorted. Displaying में इतना टाइम ले रहा है, sorting बहुत आसानी से हो गया. ठीक है? So we always like 1 million. What do you want to become in your life? A millionaire. How much do you want to earn? At least $1 million. So a million is a very important number when you're testing something. Just like you have your aim in life to become a millionaire, we should check if our input works for 1 million elements. थोड़ा ज़्यादा time लगेगा, but before I finish this story, it starts sprinting. All right, done. So shall we stop here and get back to our dinner with possible permission for you people to eat whatever you want as we are discussing, with your camera open and telling us what you are eating, so that we all get back and have our dinner and have a nice night's sleep. It's still 300,000, so on and so forth. 300,000, 400,000, 4, and then 5, 6. We have a lot of time in life. You see, 5, and then 500,000 is going on. 600,000 will start now. It's just printing, basically sorting. I was like this. Printing on a terminal is a very complicated operating system process. You see, that's why it takes a long time to print. Also, it tries to print with lesser refreshing. With a higher refresh rate. 800,000, 900,000. And thus ends our today's Ramayan. Thank you, guys. I hope you liked the session, and analysis of this is actually very quick, like the kth element only. And our friends have done some beautiful animations and drawings and nice explanations. And I can really bet the amount of learning that I have undergone here, the amount of ease with which I think Quicksort can be taught was taught to me by this bunch of people. Okay, join the Discord server. You can see the animation. I can bet things are not taught this easily anywhere on the internet. Thanks to our volunteers. Thanks for Mohit, who came out with a beautiful game animation of how to analyze Quicksort. And thanks to another Mohit who drew a very nice story picture of birds laying eggs, which tells us the complexity of Quicksort. Learning becomes not just easy, it becomes fun as well. For more details, please join a Discord server, the link of which is available in the bottom. Please hit the like button and subscribe to our Discord channel. We'll make a move right now. So what is it, guys? Can someone post the Discord link here just so that it doesn't fly away? Discord link, anybody? Discord link. Finny Varghese has shown there. Anybody who wants to share what goes on there, maybe over a chat window, we'll do that. So for some people who are unable to see the chat window, maybe those who are on the YouTube live session, please go and put this in the comment section, someone. Finny Varghese, whatever you have typed, please go put in the live chat session and the comment section. This is only open for IIT Madras pod students as of now, but very soon we will try to. Education should be free. Education should be available for everyone. I think India's biggest motives, at least by our ministry, is to ensure that education comes to your footsteps with the least possible effort or money involved. So we would like to keep this open for non-IIT BSc students too. But it is coming. Maybe in the next few months, we will try doing that. It can be an initiative from the same office of IIT Madras or some other office. I'll figure out how to do that. But yeah, it is coming soon. As of now, we are limiting this to only IIT BSc students. Feel free to contact us in case you want more details. I hope you have added this in the comment section. Please go ahead and put this in the comment section and acknowledge here that you have put, because people who are going through my YouTube video there abuse me left, right, center. Because I say something here, I show something here, it's not visible for them. बाद में जाके देखता हूँ वहाँ पे इतना सारा abuses, and it takes me 48 hours to get back to normalcy after seeing those comments. So please don't abuse me. We are posting there also. We can say we know that there are people out there too watching the live session. Thank you very much for all the encouragement for the Coder Sci session. If you want to thank the initiative, you should thank the volunteers. If you want to know the volunteers, join the Discord server. I have done enough advertisement of Discord server before anybody sees my channel and then asks me who is sponsoring this. Definitely not Discord. It's the volunteers effect. Thank you all very much. Take care. Goodbye. Let me switch off the live session. And how do we switch off the live session? Anyways, goodbye. I'll disconnect and I'll reconnect and then we can talk. Okay. Some of you want to talk. I will get back. Just give me 1 minute. Formality seconds. Let's cut and then we'll start. Okay. Okay, friends, I'm back. Some problem happened in between, so I could not get back early. Please let me know in case you have any questions, clarifications, inputs. Someone in the background is saying hi. Okay, so please go ahead if you have any questions. Yes, Rajnish. It's an informal session. Please go ahead and then talk to me, but try to keep the discussions. One second.
Hello.
One second. Oh, live is still going on. How is that?